Hey pretty people, welcome to Bunda Tarot. So for today's pick a crystal deck card, whatever you want to call it, reading, happy Valentine's Day. I hope I'm able to get this done and published on Valentine's Day. I want to do all about your soulmate. I want this to be a very like long, in-depth reading, something that can, because like these personally are my favorite readings. I love when they're long as because like yeah, like tell me everything I need to know about this person. I'm into it. So that's what I'm doing for you. Yeah, I'll go over what we're doing for the reading. So I'm going to use oracle cards initially to kind of do like an energy check, and you can use this energy check as like a, does this person sound like someone I would be interested in? If the answer is no, this person does not sound like someone you would be interested in, probably not your group. No one's forcing you to be with someone who you don't want to be with, period. And if it sounds like you in the energy check, it could very well be you. You could have picked your own pile. Or, and this is like up to your own discernment to figure out if it like, oh, this is me, I'm watching a reading about myself, or this is my soulmate, but we just sound really similar, you know? So that's gonna be up to you, and that's so exciting, right, to figure out. So for the energy check, I want to take a look at their outward self / how they present themselves to people, and then we're going to take a look at their inner self, like who they are to themselves, a major personal development they've made, like is Fig meowing? Figgy? Okay. Where's like an area in their life that they've like really grown? What's a major personal achievement that they've made that they're really proud of? That kind of thing, you know? It could be personal growth, it could be career growth, it could be, you know, like whatever. We'll see. And then I want to look at what they were like during childhood, and then their relationship with their family, because that's also important. And then in the tarot, I think I'm going to end up getting like 2 tarot cards per question. We have 5 questions here that we're going to answer. Who are they? Like who they are when they're with you, like when they're their most, ideally, you know, relaxed self, when they're their most, hopefully with you, authentic self. Who is that, you know? And then I want to take a look at your relationship together / like your life with them, what that's going to look like, how you'll meet. And then something that the 2 of you are going to learn together in your relationship. I kind of meant for this question to be like, what's something like a lesson or a major breakthrough the 2 of you are going to go through together, whether it's like emotionally, intellectually, you know, whatever. And then what they're gonna love about your connection together, what they are going to really like their favorite part about your relationship together. And then I want to get some charms as well, because I have so many and I love them so much. They're so fun, for extra like signs, synchronicities, and extra messages. Hey Cleo. And then we're gonna close out with some advice for you, and the advice is going to be advice for you while you're on your journey to your soulmate. If there's anything to keep in mind, anything to kind of just know, we're gonna take a look at that at the end. So that's the full breakdown. Yeah, we're gonna have 5 groups to choose from today. I really wanted to do 4. They're like, no, do 5. I was like, no, like, girl, I'm gonna do 4 because that's what I have time and energy for, right? Right? And they're like, yeah, you should still do 5 though. It's like, no, like, I'm gonna do 4. And then I was picking out the decks that I wanted to use, and I was like, oh fuck, there's 5 decks that I really want to use for this. So we're doing 5. I am going to take a video of the 5 that we have picked out So hopefully I figure out how to do that, because technology's not my strong suit. So for pile 1, we're gonna use the Bone Tarot deck, hey, and there is a flower agate moon for you to choose from. Cat hair in my mouth, thank you, Cleo. And then pile 2 is going to be the Horror Tarot with this obsidian, oh my god, what is it called? Hey Girl Tower on top of it. Pile 3 is the Paws Tarot. I love this deck so much, with a Bumblebee Jasper Moon on top. Pile 4 is the Pulp Tarot with this Hypersthene Palm Stone. And then pile 5 is going to be the, oh my god, what is it called? Forager's Daughter Tarot, with a piece of amethyst on top. So, yeah, take all the time you need to see which of the 5 groups you're feeling called to the most. Don't feel stressed if you don't get, like, you can pick a group based off visual cues, and then it cannot be for you. And so then you pick a different group, and then that one works. Don't stress about that. I do that a lot too. I hope that made sense. I will start sentences and realize there could have been a better way where I started it, but I already have to deal with the mess that I made, you know? So, cool. That's all I have. Yeah, thanks so much, and I'll go ahead and see you in your reading. Hi, pile 1, if you chose this sick as hell flower agate moon and the Bone Dead Tarot, the Nine of Cups, then this is gonna be your reading. So I also decided, as I was setting up for the reading, I want to use my Astro dice for funsies, because it's a great time when I use those and I enjoy it. Also, as I was shuffling the oracle cards to take a look at your soulmate for like the energy check, I got like really giddy and excited. Like, yay, yippee, yippee, yippee. If you know the like yippee cat. That one, that's the vibe that I was getting when I was shuffling your cards. So, sick. For the energy check, if this sounds like someone that you would not be interested in, someone where you're like, there's no freaking way I would ever be with someone like this, then it's probably not your reading. So let's go ahead and hop right on into it. For their outward self / how they present themselves to people, what's really fun is we have the 12th house and the 8th house. Yeah, so the 8th house with transformation says death, birth, rebirth, sex, mystery, investments, afterlife, shared resources, inheritance, secrets, joint ventures, and legacy. Meow, meow, meow. And then the 12th house is subconscious, with all things hidden, limiting beliefs, self-sacrifice, healing, endings, closure, spirituality, isolation, sorrow, intuition, dreams, and the unseen realm. For how they are to themselves, their inner self, we have the king with number 12. Meow, meow, meow. And then a major personal development they've made is caring connections, number 14. I also want to say on the bottom of the deck was door to romance. For ways that they've improved themselves, which I think is really funny. We'll get into it. Them during childhood, we have playing cards, just like me for real. And then their relationship with their family, we have humor. I choose to focus on the lighter side of life. That's so nice. Hey Cleo, you wanna hang out? Chill. I really dig this person's energy. With the 8th house and 12th house showing up for how they present themselves to people, they could dress in darker colors. I don't necessarily, like, because we have humor for with their family. I think they have a really good relationship with their family. I'm going to be just jumping around. It's not going to be, organized. With humor, I think they have a really good relationship with their family. I think they're able to crack jokes with their family, be really silly with their family. They're able to be really authentic with their family as well. Like, they don't have to pretend to be something they're not when they're around their family. Their family doesn't have any how do I put that in a sentence? Their family doesn't necessarily have high expectations for your soulmate, but there is this push to succeed by the way of finding their own happiness, aligning themselves with what makes them feel good. Their family just wants your soulmate really just to be happy, to thrive, to succeed in whatever way that means to your soulmate. Very, very supportive family. With this, like, gold laughing Buddha in particular on the card, their family could be financially well off. They could have received some sort of, like, financial support from their family, whether that's, like, a college fund or... I don't necessarily think this is, like, trust fund, baby. It could be, but... I'm not getting, like, the ultra wealthy, this person could have 14 houses if they want to. It's more like their parents have, like, a nice house and maybe they go to the lake over the summer, you know? Rent a cabin. It's not, like, crazy, but it is nice and relaxed, and their family definitely doesn't have any financial stress, I want to say. So I think your soulmate probably has really good financial literacy as well. I love you so much. Either because their family taught them financial literacy actively, or it's just something that they kind of picked up from their family, from their parents, or I want to say like an older sibling as well, perhaps. Like, if they have an older sibling, then they could have seen said sibling either go through things and then learn how to fix their problems themselves, or succeed, and so they're kind of mimicking that in a way. Yeah. I think family is really, really important to them. I also enjoy that the card is green because it's like heart chakra energy. Like, their family is really close in their heart. They have a really good relationship with their family. They're going to want you to have a really good relationship with their family. I also think this is the kind of person where, like, if their family doesn't like the person that they're dating, then they're going to take that as a sign, like, oh, then I probably shouldn't be dating this person. Maybe, like, if all of these different people don't like something about this person, then I probably have, like, rose-colored glasses on or something, or, like, I'm in denial about something, and I need to cut these off. Because they really trust their family's judgment, and their family has, like, no ill will towards them, or towards probably anyone, you know, especially not people that, like, your soulmate's dating in particular. It's not like, no one deserves my baby, no one deserves them, and anyone who tries to is, we're gonna set them on fire and burn them at the stake. That sounded kind of like baby Trump, girl, I don't know. But I think it's more so, like, because their family only wants the best for them and wants them to just be very, very happy, if they see that that your soulmate is with someone who doesn't seem to be providing that, or actively, like, sucks in some way, they're gonna let your soulmate know, you know? It's gonna be, like, a thing. It's gonna be like a sit-down conversation, like, hey, pile on soulmate, like, it was so nice meeting, I don't know, Jessica, Randy. I'm gonna go Randy. It was so nice meeting Randy the other night. Unfortunately, she does have heinous manners, and when you went to go to the bathroom, she picked a fight with your sister over something really stupid. I don't know. I was gonna say Cranberries, and then I thought of the Cranberries, the band. So, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, cool. So that's their family. As a kid with playing cards here, I'm hearing the phrase like jack of all trades. I think they were probably someone who was really good at like everything. They probably were like in sports, in the smart student classes, like the accelerated classes, and had like dance, or also in like robotics club. It's kind of like, I think they were the kind of kid who was doing a little bit of everything, and I think that was encouraged by their parents, which honestly probably made them really, really exhausted, to the point where now I think it's probably impacted them. Like, if I'm not doing something all of the time, then what am I doing? Like, I don't know if relaxing is not second nature to this person. It's like third, fourth, fifth. It's like they need to practice how to relax. They need to practice how to chill, how to sit back and kick back and not do anything, you know? Because I think they were just always constantly busy growing up with karate and let's do soccer and let's do gymnastics. So, and I think it was encouraged by their parents due to like, yeah, like find what makes you happy, find your thing, try out everything and see which one sticks. Which I think they then took as like, I have to be able to do everything and be good at everything in order for my family to think I'm happy. Whee! I also want to say, like, I'm also getting the phrase, like, wild card with this card. Like, honestly, I think because they were probably so stressed and have been so stressed from an early age, which I don't think they recognize it as, like, stress. It's, like, I think they would qualify it more as intensity. Potato, you know? But I think that, because they were so stressed, dealing with a lot of intensity from a young age, I think it might have led them to, probably in their, like, adolescent teen years, to have, like, a bit of an anger streak, getting pissed off at things really easily, or, like, frustrated, or, like they were kind of, like, just afraid. Wire? Is that what it's called? Is that the saying? I was gonna say frayed edge, but like, whatever the fucking saying is. Just kind of like frazzled. Yeah. Still like able to get all their shit done for the most part. I do think probably in their adolescent teen years they were like mad that they had to do everything all of the time. They're like, why did I sign up for all of this? And then it's like, well, it'll look good on like my college resume, or like or whatever, you know. Yeah. I also want to say their first year of college might have actually been really, really kind of fucking chill for them, because they didn't have 27 different extracurriculars that they had committed themselves to. It was just classes, and like maybe join a club here or there to make friends. So I think they were actually very relaxed. I think they were like, oh, like, this is easy, I can do this, like no issue. I think they transitioned into it relatively well. In that aspect. Yeah. For caring connections here, for a major personal development they've made. Oh, we have 12 here twice, with 12th house and the king being the number 12. With caring connections, I feel like they have been very concerned with themselves for a long time, their own success, what they're doing, what's going on in their life for a while, to the point where they might not have been able to really be present in relationships. She's in my crinkle paper box. Cleo is. They might not have been able to like really be present in relationships and might have had a hard time being like thoughtful or compassionate. Not because they're like heartless in any way, but it's just because they weren't really coming at things from, let me think of this other person's perspective. You know, they were kind of coming at things from like, I'm really busy and I have a lot going on. What do you want? Which might have been kind of harsh and kind of jarring to their like first, you know, like early partners. They have absolutely, hey Figgy, made that change where they're able to be really caring, be really compassionate, ensure that their partner is happy, healthy, safe, not going through anything that's like jarring or like unpredictable. Yeah. I feel like I think opening themselves up to other people has been somewhat of a struggle for them. I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone who's had a struggle with being verbally communicative about their feelings and about their emotions. That might have been kind of like harder for them. Yeah. Just kind of like a fun little challenge for them to go through, to experience, you know? Yeah. Yeah. For, where do I want to start? Do you like my mug? It says, leaving reality, entering fiction. My best friend Figgy, I love when you tear up cardboard. I think it's so fun. What if now is not the time? What if? What if? Give it a thought. Anyway, my best friend got this for me for Christmas. Because I read a lot. With the king here, for who they are to themselves, they definitely see themselves as someone who's really, really strong, very capable, really, because I'm thinking of the positive aspects of being a king. I just read When the Moon Hatched in like 2 or 3 days. It was really good. And I'm thinking of the main male character in that. Oh god, what's his name? I forgot. Anyway, he's a king, and he is a very, like, fair king. You could probably also say, like, Rhysand from Akatar, maybe, but very fair king, very, like, super willing to help people, able to go out in the city and just provide people with what they need, when they need it, whatever. They're like not stingy, recognize that they have enough resources to share with everyone, therefore they will share with everyone, because it's not necessarily like putting a major dent in their pocket, but it's definitely helping the people that they're giving to, you know, like if they can have a wonderful life, chilling, being happy, being successful, being like well off for themselves, then they're going to want to ensure that, like, especially the people they love are able to experience the same by them being giving. This could also be them supplying the people they love with opportunities. This would be the kind of person who's like best friends sun is getting into their field, right? And so they're like, yeah, like I'll try and get them like a couple interviews. They want everyone to succeed. If they want everyone to do their best, and they want to help people, you know? They want to be like an authority that people can turn to when they need help, or when they need answers, when they need like refuge even. Yeah, like if there's just a lot going on in their life, then your soulmate wants to be the person that people can turn to kind of like ease things up for them. Very like noble, I think, which I wouldn't be surprised if this can come back and bite them in the ass, because I think they're very I don't know if this is the right word. I was gonna say I think they're very trusting of people, but I also think that even if they're like, this person could use the money I give them for like something nefarious or whatever, but that's their deal, that's on their conscience. I'm giving it to them from the like good of my heart. I'm giving it to them under beneficial like pretenses, I want to say. And so if they decide to use the money I gave them for this one thing on something else, then like that's on them. That's not my problem. I didn't, like, it is what it is, you know? Like, I tried to help. I did my part. I'm doing my part. I really like them. I really dig their energy. Green and red could be oh my god, Christmas. Green and red could be significant colors for this person. They could like to wear those colors. Their eyes could be green. I don't think people's eyes can be red unless maybe they're token. Lord of the Rings could be significant because I heard token Tolkien. So with the 8th and 12th house, for how they present themselves to people, I kind of think they're not necessarily concerned with how they present themselves to people. You know, like, I just feel like they are doing their own thing. I think they can be kind of unpredictable to people and somewhat confusing to people, hard to read, hard to figure out, hard to like pick apart, fit in a box. This person is extremely multidimensional, which might stem from them having like a million different interests growing up. I'm also thinking of like insects. Insects could have been an interest for them growing up. That kind of came through in particular. They could have had like an insect book, like Insectopedia. I think that was a thing. I think it was a thing. Where they like flip through and they're like, that's a cool bug, that's a cool bug, that one's gross, that's so cool. So I think other people might see them and be like, yeah, they have like a lot of like weird niche interests. Like they're very interesting. This person probably, I don't think this person's like opposed to small talk. I don't think this person's like, I hate small talk, let's talk about the deep things like depression or something, you know? I think they just kind of like, their small talk ends up going towards like aliens or, and that's why I think that, this person in ancient history was this way because they kind of had these experiences, and I think that's why they came out that way, and then all of that like led to all of this, and isn't it crazy? This person could be like kind of a history nerd as well. I think they're very, very intelligent. I think they're very smart. I don't necessarily think they like, once you have conversations with them, you'll be able to tell, you'll be able to be like, oh, like, you use fancy words, you have a million different books on your shelf, spanning nonfiction and fiction, and autobiographies, biographies, you know, like, I think this person just loves to learn and, like, consume the world around them, and then Sorry, my sister's FaceTiming me. Consume the world around them and then like synthesize it all and then spit it back out. I'm kind of getting Sagittarius energy from that, I won't lie. Yeah, I do think though, with the 8th house here, I want to say other people see this person as someone who's really attractive in a very like striking or unique way. Like they could have a very strong nose, for example, or like deep set but again striking eyes, or like thick eyebrows. There's just like one or two like facial features that are very like really stand out about them, I think, and makes them kind of unconventionally attractive in a kind of conventional way. Yeah, like unconventionally attractive in the way where you see a model who would be labeled as like unconventionally attractive and you're like, that's the hottest person I've seen. Like you see a model and their eyes are kind of far apart and they are still like hot, you know? So yeah. Is there anything else? Probably, I think other people also see this person because we have spirituality and I saw intuition on the 12th house. So this person could be your soulmate, could be really spiritual, or people could just think like, oh, pile one soulmate probably has like a lot of deep-seated like spiritual beliefs that really guide them through life, because I think that they are very like, I want to say moral person. They believe in people and they believe in like humankind, and they're very optimistic about things, optimistic about people. And so I think other people might read into that and be like, oh, maybe it's their like religion or something that makes them that way, or like the religion that they were raised with that makes them that way. And it could be, or, you know, a spirituality that they found during their own journeys. Hey, girl. But I also think more than anything, it's something that they probably read about. They've probably read some like philosopher or someone's just thoughts and opinions who's scholarly and like known for that or whatever, on similar subjects and been like, you know what, like, hell yeah, I'm gonna adopt this and make it my own, you know? They could have nice hands or nice arms, something like that. That's Figgy getting comfortable in the crinkle paper. Are you chewing on it though, girl? Okay. Okay, I think that's all I have for... Actually, 8th house, they might also have some sex appeal. They might also have some sex appeal for them. They might be kind of like, oh, I'm gonna look at you and... Hey. I'm thinking of, from Severance, Miss... Fuck. The therapist lady from Severance. She is a wonderful... She's stunning. She's also hot. But that's not like her character. Like, that's not the point of her character. 'Cause her character's personality was not like, oh, look at me, like I'm so hot. She, you know, like, she was kind of softer than that, very curious, but also kind of like stiff and unsure of herself. Yeah. So it's like this person could have like sex appeal, but that's not something that I think they would identify themselves with. It's not something that they'd be like, yeah, I'm known to be kind of sexy at times. I think people would be like, you're kind of hot, like you're kind of sexy, and they'd be like, hey, don't say that to my face. Hey, I don't like that. Hey, that's cool that you think that. Not what I'm going for. Yeah, like I keep thinking, the more I sit with their energy, the more that they're like very educated. Like this person could be going into higher education. This person could honestly be going into like teaching higher education, being a professor, or like a doctor or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if this person does want to like teach everything that they've like learned and discovered, and just like share it with people, and then they get to have these really interesting conversations with the students who actually care. And I don't think it would bother them that they have students who don't care, because like, yeah, maybe it's like a prerequisite class, and they have to be there, and like what can they do about it, you know? They're not gonna force someone to be interested in something that they're not interested in. That would be hell for both of them. So, okay. I think that's all I have for the energy check. Yes. Okay. So, put that over here. And now we'll get into the tarot. Hello, Cleo. Oh, is that a burp? Bless you. So, pile one's soulmate. Who are they when they're with pile one? One's soulmate. Who are they when they're with pile one? We have the Ace of Swords and the Six of Cups. Aww. Okay. I guess we're doing one at a time. So with the Ace of Swords and the Six of Cups, for who they are when they're with you, it's really, really, really sweet. Six of Cups is like a soulmate card. So when they're with you, this is like when you're in a relationship together, they're gonna be like, yeah, like that's my person. Like pile one, that's my person. Like I was made for them, they were made for me. We're in it forever. I also think they like to be really, really silly with you. I don't think that's a side of them. Yeah, that's a side of them that they kind of like only show their family. And maybe they're like two best friends, you know, and maybe you're one of those best friends, honestly. I think they're able to be really silly with you, goofy, make really like stupid jokes or inappropriate jokes or jokes that like a 12-year-old boy would make, which personally are my favorite. Like I was shuffling one of the cards for one of the other piles and I got Cancer, and so I saw the Cancer sound, I was like, haha, 69. So they could like to make jokes like that. I think they'll also be like a really, really clear, honest, straightforward communicator. I also think they really will enjoy expressing like ideas and talking things through with you. And an example I'm getting is like they might want to write like a book someday, and so they will gush to you about all of these different like multitudes of ideas that they have for this grand project, this book that they want to write one day, and they're gonna tell you all about it and tell you like when ideas change, when things shift, or like, no, I actually think like I was gonna do that, but now I think I really need to do this because this thing happened and it really influenced me in this way. Yeah, I think there's someone who gets really sorry, I got a message, a download of like this person has golden retriever energy, but like a golden retriever in glasses and like a lab coat. So I got to see a picture of like a beautiful golden retriever in glasses, and then he developed a dashing lab coat. It's alright. I also really like dogs. I'm a cat person, but dogs also rock. So that was really cute. They could have like a necklace that they wear a lot, just because there's this necklace on the Ace of Swords down here. Yeah. They might also talk to you a lot about their childhood and about like how things went down, like what happened. If the both of you also want kids, then that might also be a topic of conversation, like how do we want to raise our kids? Is this like something we want to do? Is this something we don't want to do? What would be best for them? Do we want them to be in a million different sports and extracurriculars like I was? No, we don't. Probably not. Yeah. I think also the way that the two of you talk to each other, or at the very least, like the way they talk to you when the two of you are alone, is going to be very, very sweet, very doting, lovey-dovey, like mushy-gushy. Words of affirmation could be one of their love languages when it comes to like expressing. For receiving, I want to say physical touch, like probably a really big cuddle bug. Very, very big cuddle bug. Like that's gonna be their number one, probably. Yeah. There's nothing else coming through except for a picture of like two people cuddling, so. Cool. That's all for that one, I think. So, yeah, what will their relationship together look like? What will life with pile 1 and their soulmate look like? Ah! That sounded like a bird. I don't know. We have the Lovers and the 3 of Pentacles. So, the two of you could collaborate on a lot of different things, or like, again, like sharing ideas. I think when the both of you have separate things that you're working on, you are absolutely going to get each other's opinions on it, because you really, really value each other's opinions and really want to see like, you're gonna hang out? The other person's perspective on it, like where they're coming from. Are there any ways that this could be like misconstrued? Are there any ways where this project could be like improved, or like ways where the thing I'm communicating isn't being communicated, you know? Yeah. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if the two of you really enjoy like hanging out with other people a lot, like other couples, or I don't know, like friends from work, or old friends. I think that you'll probably be a very like social couple. Not to say that like excuse me. I think there's gonna be a lot of time spent like at home cuddling, indoors, like fireplace going, show, movie, whatever on the TV, hanging out, cooking together in the kitchen, dancing, shaking booties, you know. But also there's going to be like equally as much time spent like out of doors, hanging out with people, because I feel like your soulmate probably like leans towards the extroverted side, because that's just how they were raised with all of those fucking extracurriculars, you know, like kind of had to be social, you know. Didn't really have a choice in that one. Yeah. I think I heard like the sweet life. Yeah, like I think your life together is just going to be very, it's just going to be very clear to everyone around you. I want to say their family included, so don't worry about them not liking you. It's going to be very clear to everyone, their family included, that the two of you are just like so in love and so obsessed with each other and enamored with each other, and you adore one another. It's gonna be the kind of love where other couples look at it and be like, why can't we be like that? Or single people look and they're like, I'm gonna have that one day, you know? I also, again, I think also with the Three of Pentacles, not again, but with the Three of Pentacles, the two of you could share a lot of hobbies, and so the time you spend at home could be doing shared hobbies, or even the time you spend out with like other people could also be like shared hobbies, you know, like Wednesday nights are bowling nights with our college pals kind of thing. Yeah. It's so cute. Okay, so how will they meet? How will pile 1 and their soulmate meet? We have the 7 of Pentacles and the 3 of Swords in reverse. Interesting. Ooh, okay. So 1, it could be through work with the 7 of Pentacles. 2, with the 3 of Swords in reverse and the 7 of Pentacles, there could be some sort of like long-term thing that you've been working on. I want to say for some people it could be like a long-term relationship that you've like been in for a while, and then it ends. And then you stumble upon this person when you're like least expecting it, when you're like, I'm not ready to be in a relationship again. I just got out of one that was really hard and really long, and I really need to process it, and it's going to take a really long time to process because it was a really long relationship, and it's not going to be done by myself. It's probably going to need therapy. Could be a relationship, could be like a job that you invested a lot of like time and energy into, and then they just kind of like let you go, and you're like, wow, jobs really don't care about their employees, that's so cool. And then this new job you find, you're like kind of pissed probably from being let go of the other one that you probably really enjoyed, really liked. But then in this new one is where you meet this like really attractive person, and they're really cool to get to know, and you're like, oh, well, you know what, maybe it's okay. Like, maybe it's okay that I was looking for the other job, because this is pretty fun. They're pretty fun. So I think it's gonna be through something that has that required, or you put in a lot of time and energy into, and there was this like investment aspect, and then nose itches, it didn't work out. Things kind of just fell flat. There was no follow through, or there was follow through for everyone but you. That one might be kind of specific. What words? Specific. Oh, I meant to do astro dice. I'll do that with charms. I'll put that on top, so I remember. Yeah. It's gonna be this thing where you're just really like upset about it and brokenhearted, but it's kind of gonna be worth it. It's kind of gonna be like, well, like that sucks, but this is really nice. So yeah, like kind of bittersweet, but not initially. Initially it's just gonna be really bitter. And it's gonna take a hot second for it to get to the sweet part. So what's something that pile 1 and their partner will learn together? We have the Page of Pentacles with the 4 of Wands. Scooch to make room. I feel like your relationship is just constantly going to be evolving, and you're constantly going to be learning about one another. I don't necessarily think there's going to be, one specific thing that you learn together. If it is one specific thing, it's the fact that people are constantly growing and changing and evolving, thus so are relationships, and you kind of get to relearn each other every like 5 to 10 years, refamiliarize yourself with each other and go on all of these different adventures and become new people. I think the both of you are going to really enjoy learning about what makes relationships work, and of course specifically like what makes your relationship work. What are the practices that the two of you can have that really strengthen your relationship? What are things that were done in the past that weakened it, or, you know, like hurt the other person's feelings, or was just like, let's not do that again. Yeah. Also, if you do have kids, I think you're going to learn how to, and I think this goes with, I think you're just going to learn how to like implement children into your daily lives, implement children into your relationship together, you know, where you're a family now and you get to figure out that family dynamic. And so you get to learn just how to be parents together. You get to learn how to like, you got this human, and you get to teach them how to be a human. Whee! No pressure! Yeah. Challenging, but fun. Yeah. Okay, cool. Is there anything else with that one? Okay. So, what will pile 1 soulmate love about their connection with pile 1? We have the 2 of Swords. Can I get one more? What will pile 1's and the 4 of Cups? We have the World on the bottom. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the two of you kind of like travel a lot. Again, it's making me think of like higher education. This is also going to be really specific, but you could meet this person when you have to like change your major from something where you were like, yeah, this is it for me, like this is what I'm going to be doing, and then you come across something or one of the professors tell you like, hey, you're not cut out for this field, this is not for you, regardless of how excited you may be about it, how passionate you are emotionally or, you know, whatever, however, you're not really cut out for it. Especially if it's something that's more like cutthroat or whatever, I don't know, I'm not at anything like that, so I don't know. And so you have to move into like a different major, and now you have all of these credits that were like for nothing, and so now you get to be in school longer. But then you meet this person in this new major and you're like, okay, well, this will keep me not angry while I'm here, you know, this will be the nice thing that kind of like makes things worth it while I'm here. Anyway, as for what they're going to love about your connection, with the 2 of Swords and the 4 of Cups, I think they're gonna love like figuring things out with you, being bored with you, getting through challenges together. They're going to love the parts of your relationship that other people in their own relationships would be like, this part sucks. So like the times where the two of you are experiencing like some sort of discontentment, like things have fallen flat in your relationship. The relationship, it's missing this kind of like sparkle, this kind of dazzle, you know, the two of you are just really busy, off in your own worlds, and the relationship kind of had to take a back seat. And so I think their favorite part, their favorite thing is going to be when the two of you like notice like, oh, like something needs to change, like we're not ourselves right now, we're not on our A game for this relationship, and then you get to figure out that puzzle together. This person probably really likes puzzles, Legos, building things. They could like building computers or like building cars, you know, things that are puzzles, like complex and can be solved. They could be really good at math as well, or like engineering, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all I have for the tarot. That's all that's coming through there. So let's go and do some charms and some astro dice. Let's do the astro dice real quick. What is relevant for Pile 1 Soulmate. Yeah, girl, we have Gemini energy. Like, an intellectual. Gemini's ruled by Mercury, which is planet of like communication, the mind. So I do think this is a really, and we also have the 11th house and the sun. Yeah. they're very extroverted. They're very probably loud, probably not on purpose. They just might have a voice that kind of like projects naturally. And it could have something to do with like one of their extracurriculars from, you know, their childhood. Could have been theater, could have been having to like yell across a field. I think this person's very extroverted. I think they're very friendly. I think they're going to try this. I would not be surprised if they're the one who approaches you in order to just like get to know you, you know, if you join their like work, if you join their major, their like study group, you know, whatever. And they'll probably be the one to like try their best to make you feel at home within that group and make you feel immediately accepted, immediately like warmly invited into the space. They might be really good at kind of I think they're very good at being a leader, being like the center of attention, especially when it's very clear someone else is really uncomfortable being the center of attention and doesn't want to talk. They're gonna be like, cool, I got this, I will step up. Let me know what you want to say and I'll say it for you. Yeah. Again, like very multidimensional. I think they have this really, really like thoughtful, intricate part of them that just like is an intellectual. And then they also have this like really sweet, lovey-dovey, it's the weekend, I'm not thinking right now, my brain took it out of my skull, so we don't have to worry about that this weekend. Very social, yes, and with the 11th house, it's also Aquarius energy. Very like progressive, very concerned with like their people and everyone is their people, you know, like they're fully capable of everyone being their people. Yeah, we also have Leo energy with the sun here. I mentioned Aquarius with the 11th house. Period. So that's the Astro dice. I'll put those over there. And then we have charm time. Okay. I don't know if this is gonna be loud or not. So if it is loud, turn down your volume. If not, then we're chilling. Then we're vibing and chilling. So I'm gonna go ahead, close my eyes, and see what are some like charms, signs, synchronicities, messages that are gonna be relevant for pile 1 and That's enough. Holy shit. That was a lot. Holy fuck. Okay, you have 3 fortune cookie fortunes. Let's see what they are. Your style will look fabulous. Period. 1, 52, 38, 22, 54, and 39 for lucky numbers. They could be a very like stylish person. I also think they're very like complimentary. Like I think they're very good at giving compliments. Like they could be like, your style looks fabulous. They might word it differently, like you look really good today, or like I like your outfit. But I think they're really good at giving compliments. Your persuasive manner will be difficult to resist. Yeah, I think they're gonna be really into you from like day one, find you really attractive. There's so much fucking going on. There's sirens, there's multiple sirens, dog. There's so much going on. Sorry for getting distracted. Hard not to. Yeah, be really into you from like day one. Also, I think this is a very persuasive person, very like charming, very alluring, very just like good with people. Like good posture. I think they have good posture. They might also like talk with their hands. Yeah, so I was just thinking like, you know, that's sort of like masculine. What's like the feminine, like yeah, like I was thinking, I don't know. I can't use, whenever I'm channeling, the brain is not here with us, so if you can tell from the way I forget a lot of sayings. Pleasant news is on its way, period. You could be meeting this person soon with that one, or there could be some fun stuff. Like fun information coming in regards to this person. So, we have this peacock, and I'm hearing the Katy Perry song. I'm not gonna sing it. I'm really not. So I think they're, again, very good at being the center of attention. Very, like, I want to use the word flamboyant, but not in, like, a they're flamboyant kind of way. Like, oh, I was talking to one of my friends, and they were trying to describe JoJo's Bizarre Adventures to me, and I could tell he didn't want to use the word, like, he was struggling to find a word to describe JoJo's, and I was like, it's flamboyant, and he was like, yes, flamboyant, yeah, that one. So I think that this person is probably, they might be a little dramatic, but I think it's like a really fun and playful way, in a way where like they just roll their eyes and they're like, the pile one, like, do we have to? I think they're really good at being silly. Oh, also, I'm thinking of, like, male birds are always the one, well, yes, male birds are always the ones to court the female ones, and so I think even if they're not a male, you're not a female, whatever, I'm just reading vibes. I think they are going to be the one to, like, show off and court you, and be the one who's, like, interested in you and actively, like, pursues you, shows interest in you. They might, like, show off a little in front of you, so that could be, like, dressing nicer in front of you, dressing in a way that, like, accentuates their body in really, like, complimentary ways. I'm also getting specifically, if you are, like, attracted to men and this person ends up being a man, you know, then I'm, like, specifically getting, like, flexing. Like, finding really obnoxious ways, like, I like stretch and then are they paying attention? Lego Batman just came through. I think because he was probably trying to impress the lady, I forgot her name. Anyway, we also have this, like, 1% charm. So again, I think they're really capable of operating on 1% and then not realizing they're on 1% until they go to bed, and then they sleep for, like, 14 hours. And they're like, oh my god, why is it 2 p.m.? Why is it 2 p.m.? And it's because, like, hey, you pull an all-nighter and you've been working yourself to the bone nonstop. That's why it's 2 p.m., because your body's crashed out. With this little fox here, fennec foxes could be important. The ones with the, like, huge ears, and they're so adorable and I love them. But I also heard Foxy Cleopatra from Hey Girl, that's not Star Wars. Hey, that's also Powers. From Austin Powers, which is Beyonce. So Beyonce could be significant. Going from Fox to Beyonce, my mind. I think that they could also be perhaps described, like, as foxy. And, like, in my head, I have no idea if this is how they actually are, but in my head, foxes, their temperament is a mix of, like, cat and dog. The show Cat Dog could be significant to someone. Like, maybe you watched it recently, I don't know. But, so they're, like, really fun, really cuddly, really playful, but also, give me my alone time. you know? And we have the sun here, and the sun reminds me of Tangled. And earlier today, like, this is like the freaking Tangled sun, bro. And earlier today, I was thinking of Tangled, and I was like, Flynn Rider, like, has facial hair. Isn't he the only, or like the first Disney prince to like have facial hair? And then I was like, but what is his facial hair? It's like a little like patch here. I think it's called a goatee. I don't really know. I don't really know the names of men's facial styles, facial hairstyles. So if this person can grow facial hair, they might have facial hair. Honestly, Flynn Rider, personality-wise, probably similar. But, like, I don't know how smart Flynn Rider is. But let's imagine Flynn Rider also got, like, a master's or something. We have this $100 bill. $100 bill. I think whatever they do for a living, they're really good at it. I think they make a lot of money from it. I also think they may have gotten into what they got, their field, because it makes a lot of money, and then like, oh my gosh, they ended up actually really enjoying it. Well, that's great. That makes things so much easier. Yeah, again, like really wanting to financially support everyone around them, themselves, their loved ones. There's a lot of like Halloween stuff here. I do have a lot of Halloween charms, but I also have a shit ton of other charms. So I have this cute little like witch hat, which is making me think of actually Harry Potter and Hogwarts, and putting on the hat to see this tiny little hat to see what house you're in. I am a Hufflepuff. So you could have like be in the same Hogwarts house, or you could both just be like really into Harry Potter. I heard Hermione. Yeah. And then I think of like, I'm not even in the Harry Potter fandom. I'm being so real. And I know about Manacled. So I think that could be significant to someone. I hope so. We also have this just like no here. I think like learning how to say no, especially to their family, is something that they've had to like really learn and struggle with. But I think they're a lot better at it now. I think they're capable of doing it now because they're like, I'm my own person, like I have my own opinions, I don't have to do things for other people, I don't have to live for other people, I don't have to satisfy other people's needs except for my own. Yeah. Meow, meow, meow. Also, for some of you, this person could express interest in you, and then you could be like, no thanks, not right now, and then things come back around. I feel like that would be specifically for if you're that like message that we got before, if you're like getting into, or like just got out of like a really long-term relationship, and then you meet this person and you're like, well, give me like 6 months so I can process and go to therapy and talk things through and work through this, and then we'll talk. And then we'll talk. We also have moths here. It's a Halloween moth with a pumpkin on it. We also have another pumpkin here. So October could be significant. Halloween could be important. There's also like a haunted house. Yeah. I feel like though, we have a sun and a moth here, so they're probably like really drawn to you and your light and your beauty and whatnot, you know? Yeah. Thinking of like Luna moths in particular. Are they the ones that don't have mouths? And so they kind of just like live for a few days and then die? Which is so crazy. Like evolution to that is so crazy. Yeah, like Halloween could be significant, October could be significant. They could be born in October, you could meet in October, or just like fall, because I get into Halloween mode August 31st, honestly. So, we have Life Ring. Again, I think they like really love helping people, really love being the one to reach out to people. They like being people's life ring, you know, life saver, like the candy. We have cog. I think there's a fear for them of just being like another cog in the machine, you know? And so they might have goals of like either getting high up enough in whatever company they're working where they are able to make like significant decisions and be like one of the big boss decision makers, you know, like up on the board like with the CEO, or you know what, hell yeah, like get all the way to CEO. Or could like want to like run their own business someday, or also I think this person probably would run like a non-profit to help people. I'm doing my part. What is that from? Oh well. We also have Jack and Sally. Yeah. Simply meant to be. Excuse me. Yeah, and we also have 2 pandas with some bamboo. So I feel like your relationship together is just gonna be really, really sweet, really loving, really endearing. You're just gonna be like always hang out with each other. You're always just gonna, I think you guys are just gonna be obsessed with one another, and you're not gonna want to let each other go. We also have this haunted house. So haunted house is gonna be significant. You could like go to a haunted house together and they're like, oh, I'm so scared. Can you hold my hand? Just let it be cheesy. Or you could like build a home together that's hopefully not haunted, you know, and if it is, call Ghostbusters or Zach Bagans. I don't think they do homes though. I haven't seen that in a really long time. Anyway. We also have this cute little unicorn with a lollipop. Oh, I'm hearing candy shop. No. Is that what it's called? I'll take you to the candy shop. I'll let you lick the lollipop. It's from like the early 2000s, I think. I don't know. I guess you guys can be really attracted to one another and want to eat each other up. There's an innuendo there, and I do think you should pay attention to it. We also have the last charm, being bats and a pentacle. I love bats. I think they're so cute. So, you guys could be night owls, which I feel like goes against this person's like grind set, but I think that the 2 of you are just gonna really enjoy kind of like spending nights together, being able to, it's kind of like nighttime is your special time where the world is quiet and it's just the 2 of you, and it feels like the world is like paused and the 2 of you can just like spend this like lovely quiet time with one another. So I forgot to get a freaking deck for the advice. Pause. Hold on, sorry. Oh my god, my knee. Ouch. Oh. What do I want to use? You know what? Hell yeah. Using the Moonology deck. The OG. This was one of my first Oracle decks. If not one of the first, then my first. So, what advice, how do I word it, do we have for pile 1 while they're on their journey to the opposite? What advice, this is going to be a really long reading. Do we have for pile 1 on their journey to their soulmate? This is going to be like a 5-hour long reading I get to upload. Okay. But hold your vision, fixed moon. I'm hearing the song, oh shit, who's that by? Libra Moon. I have a Libra Moon. Oh fuck, who's it by? Libra Moon. Deaf Dreamer. Libra Moon by Deaf Dreamer. Okay. Can I get 2 more? Libra Moon, not fixed. Not fixed. Pretty, cardinal, I think. It's time to take action, new moon in Aries. And your commitment's being tested, first quarter moon. Communication is key, new moon in Gemini. So, I think when it comes to hold your vision, stick with your plan that you have now. If you heard like things are gonna change and that's how you're gonna meet your person, and you're like, what do I need to do to make things change so I can meet my person? It's not gonna be something that you do. It's kind of gonna be something that happens to you, happens for you. You know, it's not really like a choice that you make. Unfortunately, I think it's gonna be something that just kind of like happens. So, I don't think that there is necessarily anything you need to take action on regarding this connection. The only thing I think you need to take action on is yourself, and like so my voice gets like this when I talk for a really long time. I have been talking for an hour straight. The other thing you need to take action on is like ensuring that you're getting yourself to where you want to be, where you need to be. You're getting yourself where you need to go. Jesus, fuck. Yeah. And with your commitment is being tested, like, make sure you're seeing things through. If there are things where you're like, I want to give up on this, if like, for example, if this love is taking a long time to find you, with this, it's a first quarter moon, so like it's halfway to a full moon. You're halfway there, and then you get to, yeah, we have 2 first quarter moons and 2 new moons. So like, all you have to do is get all the way to the full moon, and then at that point you're halfway there. And then no, I'm not saying you're like a quarter of your way journey through, well, a quarter of your way through this journey, because that's going to be different for everyone. I do not know. It's just an example. So, because like full moon, half, and then new moon, the other full cycle. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go make dinner. Ooh, I'm making, I think it's triple something, like mushroom penne pasta truffle something. It's hella fresh, girl. I don't know. Anyway, that's all I have for you. So, thank you so much for sticking through this entire reading with me. It's been an hour and 12 minutes. It's been so fun hanging out with you. Thanks for hanging out with me and letting me read for you. I really dig this person's energy. I'm really excited for you. Like, guys, like, this is your freaking soulmate. Like, that's so cool. I get to read their energy and tell you all about them. That's pretty freaking cool. So thanks for letting me do that, giving me the space to do it for you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed this reading or if you enjoy how I read. Always really, really helpful when you guys like my stuff. Because I think, like, algorithm things, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know how that works. You can also book a personal reading with me down below. That'll be linked in the description. You can also check out my other social media at Bona Tarot on TikTok and Instagram. I post readings there too. What else? Oh, you can check out the Bona Tarot. I made my own tarot deck. If you want to check it out, it's really cute. Yeah, you've been showing you the cards, I think. Maybe I haven't been, honestly. I don't know. It's really cute. I love it. I'm biased, of course, because I made it. If you want to check it out, that'll also be linked down in the description. Okay, cool. I think that's it. I think that's all I have. So, thanks again for joining me for a reading. I hope you're having a lovely morning, afternoon, or night whenever you're watching. by pile 2, if you chose the Shake as Hell, hey, what's it called? Obsidian Tower, and the Horror Tarot, hardly know her, this is gonna be your reading. So, meow meow meow. I'm gonna do a little overview once again, just in case you didn't hear in the intro. So we're starting with an energy check. My god. Oh, by the way, while I was like walking around right before your reading, and I was like, I'm about to do pile 2's reading, the song Crybaby by The Neighborhood kept playing in my head, specifically the line where it's like, I already know I'll fall in love with you, baby, yeah, that's just what I'll do. Something crybaby. I can't sing, so I'm not gonna do that to you. I'm not gonna put you through some minor torture. But that was playing in my head. Anyway, so I haven't listened to that song in a really long time. For the energy check, this is gonna be the energy of your soulmate. So if it does not sound like someone that you would be interested in, not a person you're like, yeah, I can see myself being with that kind of person, probably not your group, and I would check out a different one. So we're gonna see their outward self / how they present themselves to people, their inner self, who they are to themselves, a major personal development that they've made, like a big point of growth for them, personal growth, what they were like during childhood, and then their relationship with their family. And then once we get into the tarot, we're gonna see who they are when they're with you. What is up? Oh, do you want to hear? No? Who they are when they're with you, y'all's relationship together / life with them, what that's gonna look like, how the two of you are gonna meet, something that you'll learn together, like a relationship lesson, and then, ow, what they'll love about your connection. And then we're gonna get some charms just for extra funsies, and then some advice for you on your journey to your soulmate. Do you wanna hang out, girl? Yes. No? Hell yeah. We got Cleo in the house, man. So, I already pre-shuffled the cards for the energy check. So let's go ahead and just like hop right on into it. Sorry, I don't like it when she flashes people. I know she doesn't care and has no idea, but I do. Okay, so for their outward energy, how they present themselves to people, we have Lilith with Taboo, which I with the Horror Tarot, you know, I think this makes sense, if you know about Lilith. And if you don't, hey, I'm gonna tell you. Darkness, untamed, intensity, independence, erotic, sexual liberation, temptation, secret desires, fetishes, shadow side, empowerment, and destruction. That's how they present themselves to people, dude. And then who they are to themselves, their inner self. We have the Ocean, number 35. Oh my god. There was some, I can't remember what it's from, but it was some like comedy skit my parents watched when I was a kid that they would reference all the time to each other, where it was like Ochin instead of Ocean. I don't know, but that did come to mind. So maybe the two of you guys are gonna have just like really niche references and jokes with one another. A major personal development they've made is 6th chakra with Archangel Metatron. The third eye, there's a lot of blue here. Maybe blue's their favorite color. I also heard blue is the warmest color, which I think is a lesbian movie, and I've never seen it. So maybe that's relevant to you. Number 40 as well. And then them during childhood is Enoki, little mushrooms. And then the relationship with their family is worry. I'm learning that worry doesn't change an outcome. I love you so much, you're incredible. Is your eye watering? Did you get something in it again? She keeps getting something in her eye, and it's always her left one. Okay. So where do I want to start? Oh, hold on. I need to light my candle for the vibes. You're not gonna like this. Okay, so with the Ocean card, with who they are to themselves, I really fucking dig that, because they're, yeah, she doesn't like it. They're very, like, this person, your soulmate, has so much fucking depth to them. Like a key word for them is just depth. I think they're a very intuitive person. The phrase like-minded individual also came through, which makes sense if you guys are soulmates. Like, you'd kind of want to be with someone who's like-minded, you know? I think the moon is really important to this person. Like, this is definitely going to be someone who, if they're in the passenger seat during a nighttime, like, car ride, they're just going to lean their head against the glass of the window and just look at the moon and stare at the moon and be like, do you see the moon? Do you see the moon? It's really beautiful. It's a full moon tonight. Look at it. Look at it. Or like, it's a crescent. It's a crescent moon. It's a waxing crescent. Their moon terms are up to par. And because I think they're in love with the moon, just like, I dig this person's vibes. Also, while yes! While I was shuffling, I felt very calm and very chill, and then I wrote, but also like a still ocean before a storm, LOL. So I think this person's really good, or not really good, but like has a very calm, collected, serene demeanor to them, and everyone I think they meet, and especially like everyone they get to know and everybody that gets to know them, I think feels really, really calm and relaxed in their presence, very seen, very heard, because I think this person's really in tune with their own emotions and allows them to, and this may have been a process for them, but I think they feel their emotions to the full extent. I don't know if that's something that they necessarily share with other people, because with Lilith here, with taboo, I actually think that, and honestly with the image on the card, it kind of looks like a new moon. Yeah, so they might not really share their inner world with very many people, if anyone at all. Max like 2 people, 3 if you count their therapist. Which I don't think counts, personally. I mean, I could if you wanted to, but the point of a therapist is you have to be vulnerable with them. Anyway, I think a lot of people find your soulmate like really, really attractive. Lots of like sex appeal, or physical attraction. They could have like a hot bod, whatever that means to you. Whatever, you know, like I think regardless of like shape, size, however their skin, muscle, fat sits on their body, I think everyone looks at your soulmate and is like, hot damn, like I could get with that and be the happiest person alive. Very like alluring, attractive, like a siren. Yes. Ooh, like a siren, because they're really attractive and alluring and they pull you in. But then there's also this like edge of like danger or like risk, I think, when people do feel drawn in by them, because it feels like giving in to temptation with your soulmate when they do like give in to their attraction to them. Because I also, you know, like sirens also pull sailors down into the water and drown them and eat them, you know? So People might see your soulmate as someone who's very, very powerful, and while the idea of other people, like, being with your soulmate, to those other people it's like, oh, that sounds nice, but they wouldn't ever actually make a move towards your soulmate, because I think they become very, very intimidated by them. And, like, by their depth, it's just, you can't harness the ocean at all, ever. That is not something that is humanly possible, and it never should be something that's humanly possible. So I think a lot of people get very intimidated by how vast your soulmate is, how deep they are, how deep they're willing to go with other people, because I think your soulmate really enjoys hearing about other people, learning about other people, delving into other people's depths, you know? I don't think they necessarily allow other people to delve into theirs, but that's because majority of the time people aren't willing to. So this could be someone who is a really good listener in a conversation but doesn't really give up information, partly because it could be because people don't ask, or it could be because so frequently people don't ask that when people do, it's like really uncomfortable, and it's like, oh, I don't know how, I don't know I don't know what to say to you. I don't know what the normal boundary is for sharing versus oversharing. So I feel like when that happens, they might have a tendency to overshare, or to drastically overshare or drastically undershare. There's like no middle for them. Yeah. I do think they're very in tune with their own body. I think they really like themselves, which is really, really good. You know, you hope that for everyone, but I think they really like themselves. With this Inoki, where's the guidebook? 'Cause I forgot to look at that. I mean, they're all cute. Pause. Ugh. Family, friendship, comfort, community. Ha. Sick. Cool. So in their childhood, I think they had a really good relationship with their family, a really good connection to their community around them. They might have been involved in a lot of things. Not like over-involved. I think they were probably part of like one or two fun activities outside of school, you know? I think though it's as they grew up, they might have become a bit more isolated, you know, growing into like adolescence and then teen years, which makes sense because puberty. And they might have lost some of those connections that they had with like friends or even family. They might have withdrawn from family as well. I'm just thinking like staying holed up in their room most of the time. Yeah. So with worry for their connection with their family, I think through like growing up and maturing and, you know, developing into their adult brain, I think they realized the importance of, and the like, how vital family is to them, how important it is to them. And so I think with this worry card, they're realizing like the effort that goes into sustaining a relationship with their family. It does go both ways, and I don't think their family like doesn't try. I think that they might just feel like they have isolated themselves, and so they don't know how to reach out, or if that's something that they've already overcome, then when they do reach out, it's like there's this fear or this worry that like their relationship with their family won't be sustained, or won't be, like, it could crumble, and it would be, like, their fault, which I think that worry is somewhat unfounded. Yeah. Because their current relationship with their family, like, all is good, all is well, but I think they have this underlying fear that they're doing something wrong, and their family, like, disapproves in some way. Even though I for most of y'all soulmates here, I don't think their family does disapprove of anything that they do. Like the way they act, or profession, perhaps. And if they did, they'd probably, like, voice it, you know? Which I don't think they do. I think your soulmate just, has anxiety. Or, like, not to diagnose them, but, definitely has a lot of unfounded anxious thoughts surrounding that particular area of life. They were probably really cute as a kid growing up. I'm like very smiley, very giggly, warm, open, probably also emotional, probably cried a lot, but, like, because they had really big feelings, and when you're a kid and you don't have the vocabulary to describe your feelings, and you also don't know what you're feeling because you're just feeling it for the first time, it's overwhelming. So you cry about it, you know? That's definitely what they did. Yeah. But I also think there was a lot of just, like, they would cry, of course, at, like, Bambi's mom getting killed. Like, they'd start sobbing. Or, something similar, you know? Like, anytime anything remotely sad would happen in, like, a TV show or a movie, I think it would just make them really cry hard, to the point where their parents might have been like, hey, do you want to turn this off? Is it, like, upsetting you? And they're like, no, I want to watch the movie, as they're, like, sobbing and tears coming down their face. I'm also getting a message that, like, their parents may have had to make the executive decision that they weren't allowed to watch certain media because it would evoke such, like, a visceral response from them. They just feel everything so deeply all of the time. It might be overwhelming, but I think they've learned to, like, manage it in ways. They could journal, therapy, hobbies. I want to say ceramics, like taking your feelings out on the wheel, on the clay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, 6th chakra, Archangel Megatron, for, what was it? A major personal development that they've made, I think, is connecting to their intuition and learning how to trust their intuition, learning that the messages they're receiving and the, like, intuitive hits that they get are not unfounded. It's coming from a place within them that they could benefit from learning how to trust. I think they had, like, a long period in their life where they didn't really trust themselves, or like would doubt themselves a lot to a very, like, heavy degree, where they might have believed that, like, everyone else around them had the answers and they didn't, for whatever reason. So they could have just trusted whatever other people were saying, which, looking back on it now, they might be like, that was really naive, but it was coming from a place of not being super connected to themselves internally, like, not being able to trust themselves, and it's not like, I can't trust myself around whatever. It's like, just like constant questioning of themselves, constantly doubting themselves if they're right, if they're wrong, if what they're saying is the right thing to say, if what they're doing is the right thing to do, is there something that they should be doing differently, how should they be doing it differently, what's everybody else doing, that kind of thing. They could, with Lilith, for how they present themselves to people, they could dress in darker colors. If they wear lipstick, they could wear darker lipstick. They could have darker hair, eyes, very striking features, high contrast. Yeah. I want to say, if this person's in a more feminine body, then they might be like very curvaceous. That's kind of coming through. That's obviously not gonna be for everyone, but. Is there anything else? I'm hearing the song from Mulan, Let's Get Down to Business to Defeat the Huns, because in that one they talk about the dark side of the moon, new moon. I don't talk about their feelings with anyone. They're really familiar with their feelings themselves. They have a good connection to self that way. They might have a tendency to get lost within their own feelings, because they are so vast. They are so deep. It is hard to navigate at times. I think for the most part at this point, or at the point where you would be getting into a relationship with them, they would have figured out how to have their own lifeboat, life ring, raft, whatever, to be able to peruse their own oceans without fear of getting like sucked beneath a wave of them. Yeah, they've obtained the right tools for that emotionally. So again, that could be like the journaling, the whatever for them, their modes of coping. They could be a very spiritual person. They don't have to be. It doesn't feel like intense spirituality. It just feels like this feeling of them feeling connected to everything, and like everything is love kind of thing. And they could have like some practices, but it doesn't feel like intense, deep devotion. It's this thing of and it's not like a passive belief, but it's somewhere between that. It's hard to identify, hard to define. Yeah, I keep getting that they're just really pretty, attractive. I'm hearing song by Elvis, ? The, like, she looks like an angel, talks like an angel, whatever, but she's a devil in disguise, that one. Your soulmate's not gonna be devil in disguise. I think people, just outside people, see their intensity and might come to their own negative conclusions about it based on maybe intense people that they've dealt with previously, but they're lost, they're freaking lost. Is there anything else? Yeah, I keep being drawn to the number 40 on this card, like 4 specifically, so 444 could be an important angel number for this connection, or for you, or them, or both of you. Yeah, there's a lot of like cool colors, lots of like blues and purples. So they could be really connected to like crown, third eye chakra, because we have third eye here. Also with the ocean being their inner world, if their inner world is just like this vast, massive fucking ocean, where's the ground? Where's shore? You know, so they might have trouble grounding themselves, getting outside of their own like space, their own internal world. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anything else? We're gonna call it there. Meow meow. Meow meow. I wanna put this here. Okay. Tarot. And then, oh, also when we do charms, I have my little, like, Astro dice here. So I'll want to do that at that point as well. So, pile 2's Soulmate. I'm going to pile 3. You're pile 2. Pile 2 Soulmate. Also, hey, while I've got you here, thanks for being here. Thanks for giving me the space to be able to do this reading for you, because I love doing like love and soulmate readings. So thanks for like being here so that I can do it for you, and then I can meet this really awesome, really cool energy. Because they are like kind of, it's like between being like kind of, I want to call them kind of very spiritual, because they are in that realm of things. They could do some like witchery stuff, or if they work with any like deities or like higher beings, like I suppose. I feel like there's a better word, but I can't think of it. Lilith could be one of them. So, okay, who is pile 2 soulmate when they're with pile 2? What are they like when they're with pile 2? Strength! Aww. And we have the next murderer man. Can I get another card? What else? Thanks. And the Queen of Wands. Yeah, this is so them. That's so them. When they're with you, and there's the moon. What was I freaking saying? I love werewolves, bro. So with Strength and the Queen of Wands, they are very chatty with you. I think they're really good at opening themselves up to you. They might like, okay, before the two of you get into like a relationship and you're starting to just like court one another, or your friends or whatever, they might be really, really fucking thrown off by how comfortable they feel around you and how much you give them space to talk, and they don't realize they've been talking for so long until like way into it, and then they're like, pause, wait, usually the roles are reversed. Hey, let me ask you a question about yourself. Sorry. They can be really like gentle. I'm seeing like a cat like headbutting the person like sitting on a couch and then just like crawling under their lap. I'm a big fan of cats. Where's Cleo? We'll never know. It's really cute. I think they're very cuddly, very talkative, very expressive with you, very open with you. Yeah, it's like they want to tell you every detail about their life because you'll actually listen. That's kind of sad. They also, I kind of want to say they might like cooking for you or doing small things to like show gratitude. And it's not necessarily like Queen of Pentacles energy where it's like, here, let me like nurture you, let me feed you. It's more of like, here's your thing I did for you. Be like it. Tell me how you like it. There is Leo energy here with strength, and the Queen of Wands is also fire energy, so it's like they get to be this different version of themselves when they're with you. It's like, because when they, in their internal world, it's very watery, you know? Hey, it's the ocean. Hey, it's the ocean. You can't get more watery than that. So when they're with you, they're very like fiery. They get to have this side of themselves that's like loud, really funny, cracks jokes all the fucking time, does anything to like tickle your funny bone, make you laugh. And with strength, they're also gonna be super, again, just like cuddly, very soft, very like, the phrase like they're a delicate flower is coming through, but that's not how they would describe themselves. So it feels like that phrase is coming from more of a paternal energy, I suppose. Because they're not a delicate flower. And so when they're with you, that's like extremely obvious. They don't have to, that's not a archetype or label that's like slapped onto them that they have to like push through and deny and deal with, because you give them so much space to just be themselves. They love the them that they are when they're around you. That's their most favorite version of themselves. Once they realize that, they'll probably like want to spend time with you forever and ever and ever, which I hope so, but, like, because, like, soulmate, but more so in the fact where, they might become, like, a little clingy at some point once there's this realization of, like, oh, I love who I am when I'm with Pile 2, I feel most myself when I'm with Pile 2, and it's the myself that, like, I've always wanted to be, but I've felt the need to suppress, or there was no space for it to come out, or I thought it was just this idealistic version of myself that I had in my head. I didn't think it was something that could be real. So if they ever do become kind of clingy, and you are not into that, that might have to be a conversation where it's like, hey, I love you so much. I love my personal space too. I want both. So... Also, with the way this Queen of Wands is crying blood, why was that hard to say? I think that it's gonna be really easy for them to be emotional around you. Like, they'll be able, because they can cry at like the drop of a hat at whatever, and so they'll feel open and connected to you enough where that can happen, and it's like no big deal. It's like, oh, they're just crying over two snails like sticking together on like the same path, you know, and then you like walk past the snails and then they're like, okay, back to normal. Like, it's like that's like part of their normal, like that's just who they are. It doesn't feel like, oh my god, my soulmate's crying, like, huh. It's like, yeah, that's just how they are. Okay, so let's see what your relationship is gonna look like when you're together / life with them. I'll do one more. Okay. What will their relationship look like when they're together / period? So we have the King of Swords and the Ace of Swords. The Two of Wands. The Papa. The Papa. Okay. yeah, a lot of, like, communication, prioritizing communication between the two of you, even if it feels like it's a tough conversation to have, even if it I want to say, like, even if it harms you, in the sense where, you know, when you're having, like, tough conversations and you feel like on the edge of a panic attack, or like your fight or flight kicks in and your body's like, what are we doing? Where are we going? What is it? What is it? And you're like, I'm just trying to talk to my fucking partner, actually. Actually, that's it. Actually. That's it. It'd be so cool if we could stop this, or, you know, at the very least, like, you know, like, rain check it. But I think that the two of you at some point are going to be able to have conversations like that and not have your hands shake, not feel jittery, not feel like when you hear the words, hey, can I talk to you? It doesn't fill you with immediate dread. You're kind of just like, oh, like, chill. What about? You know, it's big conversations are going to start to feel so much smaller and less, like, intense. I also think there's going to be a really sick mental connection between the two of you. I think, yeah, like riffing off each other is coming through. The two of you are going to be fucking funny as hell. I think there's going to be, like, innumerous times in your relationship together where the two of you, like, make each other laugh so hard to where the both of you are, like, on the floor crying, can't breathe, ow, my side hurts, kind of laugh. And it's because I think the two of you, like, make a joke and then just keep building on top of it until you get to that point where you can't breathe and you can't, like, form a sentence. Yeah, I also think the two of you could enjoy the same, like, intellectual pursuits. So that could be, like, one of you really enjoys, like, quantum physics and thinks it's really interesting. Not that you have, like, a degree in it. If you do, that's so fucking cool. That's so fucking cool. But the two of you could just be, like, it could be, like, a niche interest that the two of you share and get to, like, talk about, share ideas, like, oh, I found this article, I found this study, and it says this. Double blind experiment that, double blind experiment this, that kind of thing. I like quantum physics. I have a book about it, I just need to fucking pick it up. Is that that? I think that's that. Okay. No, I think at some point, for some of you, not all of you, you know how some couples talk to each other in, like, a baby voice? Either you do that with each other extremely ironically, or you do it for real, but it's a safe zone, so it's okay. That kind of just came through. Oh, is my baby okay? Oh, are you okay? Or something like that. I don't know. Okay. So, how will they meet? How's Pal 2 gonna meet their soulmate? Yeah. Cool. He's kind of hot. It's the Emperor and then the Six of Cups. He could hit. And then here's the Six of Cups. You could have met, like, this could be someone you've known for, like, a long fucking time. A long time. Eight of Cups. You could have, okay, couple different options here. One, you knew them in childhood. Two, past relationship where you left and because things were complicated or just, like, logistics didn't line up or something. And now things are coming back around. They're coming back around. If that doesn't resonate with you, then don't take it. You know, if you don't want this could be your ex, then the message is simply not for you. Period. With the Emperor, though, as well, you could meet through some sort of, like, father figure, like, this is just an example, but, like, your dads golf together, and then they're like, oh, we should bring our kids out with us, just for shits and giggles, and then you meet that way, and you're like, oh no, they're so hot. Or through, like, a boss type figure introducing you to one another, either through like, oh, we're having this meeting, or no, it's more of like, this department needs to work with this department for this particular project, boom, go get it done. Yeah. What else? The Emperor. That's kind of all I'm getting, actually. There's nothing else coming true. Nothing? Yeah, nothing. Cool. Okay, chill. So what's a major lesson not to learn together in a relationship? Okay, chill. Two of Swords on the bottom. And then we have the Hermit with the King of Wands. King and Queen of Wands. Mwah, make them kiss. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So with the Hermit and the King of Wands, this could be that kind of like clinginess coming through of like, okay, and it could be a thing where, like, the two of you love spending time with each other so much that you're both clinging to one another, and then there's a point where you're like, hey, we don't live together, but you've been at my house for 3 weeks. And I'm just now realizing that. So maybe, and we've done everything together, every single activity outside of the house we've also done together. Like, I'm thinking the only thing you don't do together is, like, go potty. You're showering together, you're sleeping together, you're cooking together, everything. So I think there's gonna be some point in the relationship where you're like, maybe this isn't healthy because we don't live together. And you have to figure out, like, how to go about that, how to, like, set those boundaries, because neither of you, like, really want to do it, but you think you kind of should, like you feel like you should. So, because with this, like, Two of Swords, it like, indecision, uncertainty, I think there's going to be a lot of uncertainty of how to go about that, how to, again, create those boundaries, like, how much time, how many days a week should we spend by ourselves, how many days a week should we spend with each other, or do we divvy it up into, like, hours in a day? You know, like, how many nights a week do you spend at my place? How many nights a week do I spend at your place? That kind of thing. So, yeah, I think that's, I fully think the two of you, like, would gladly hermit with one another and feel extremely satisfied, and like, there's nothing wrong with life if you, like, all of the time if you could. Even your friends might bring it up and be like, hey, how to, like, when's the last time you spent 24 hours without your partner? And you're gonna be like, what the fuck? Weird question, because why would I do that? And then you think about it and you're like, oh, Wait a second, you might have a point. Okay, and then last question, what they're gonna love about your connection. Meow, 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 meow. What are they gonna love about their connection? The Two of Swords. The figuring things out together, I think. Because I'm hearing the song Fix It Together by Fleece. I'm also thinking of Fleetwood Mac, and then I started thinking about the song Panic Attack by Halsey, because that one's inspired by Fleetwood Mac. And in that song, it's quite literally, is it love or a panic attack? So... yeah. Can I get one more? Ah, that's like 3 or 4. I just went one. Thank you. 7 of Swords. Tower! Aw, shut up! It's the 2 of Cups. Look at them! That's you guys, for real! Everyone in this deck is so hot. Okay. Even the person in the tower. Lurking as they might be, my statement still stands. So with the 2 and 7 of Swords, yeah, they're gonna love, like, problem solving with you. They're gonna love when things go awry in your relationship, or when things go awry, like, outside of your relationship. And then the 2 of you get to, like, put your heads together and think about it and come to some sort of conclusion. Because you might think in, like, as much as I think you're like-minded, I think the 2 of you take different approaches to get to the same conclusion. Which is interesting because you get to kind of like, because you get to the same conclusion, but then you get to see, like, another way of, like, how things work, you know? Yeah. Like, oh. Sorry, I'm in math. I'm taking a math class, and so I was like, you can solve by factoring, or you can solve by using the FOIL method. That's you guys. One of you is the factor method, and one of you is the FOIL method, so. I love math. I actually do enjoy it. I just am ready to fucking graduate. Yeah, period. I think that's it. That's actually really cut and dry. Cool. I think they're actually really excited. Just with the person here, you know, if you can call them person. I think they're really excited. And because we got skeleton bones. Skeleton. I think they're really excited to get old and decrepit with you. That kind of just came through. So. Okay. Yeah, I think it's all I have for your tarot. So, let's get some dice and see some extra important astro information. Bitch, we have the moon. What did I say? What did I say? They have a connection with the moon. I love being right. I don't even have to go further into that one because I already did. We also have the 8th house, which also makes sense for them. Lilith does give me Scorpio energy. The 8th house is associated with Scorpio. Death, rebirth, other things. So I do think this person, like, could dress in, like, darker clothing, have, like, a darker aesthetic. They could be goth. They could be, like, alternative. I heard a y'alternative. That's funny. They have black cowboy boots. And they wear their black cowboy hat. And their belt buckle's a bat. Yeah, I think they're really familiar with, or no, really comfortable with things that most people are very uncomfortable with. The 8th house also talks about, like, inheritance. So that could be something for them later in life. You know, they inherit some really cool things. Or they could really like antiques. Like antique shows, antique stores, estate sales. They would fuck up an estate sale. For sure. My eyes are starting to get really dry. And what for? And what for? Hold on, I need some water. Okay. We also have Aries here, which makes sense because with you, I think they get to be really fiery. Words. Let me get them out. Because Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, it to me, and I've also heard, it has like a very childlike energy to it, very like new to the world because it's the very first one, very like excited about everything. So I think that's kind of the energy that they embody when they're with you. They could have a more like childlike joy when they're with you, that they get to embrace and not feel weird about. Yeah. They like that they don't feel weird when they're with you. And if they do, then the two of you are being weird together, but so then it's not weird. I don't think they were bullied growing up. Because we have gnocchi, which is mushrooms and like community, and everything's connected. But they might have felt isolated. They might have felt like, yeah, like at some point, just no longer part of that community. Okay, let's do charms. Let's do charms. Okay, I don't know how loud this is, so I'm gonna close my eyes and just pull some cards for you. So what are some other like signs, synchronicities, fun little like messages? Okay. Siren! Siren! I'm right. Okay. Sick. Okay. Yeah, we have this like alien here. I want to believe. They might have felt kind of isolated at some point during their childhood, or some point like growing up. It doesn't necessarily have to be like between the ages of like 5 and 9. It, again, probably more like isolated during adolescence. That kind of period, because that period more fragile, more touchy than a bomb, I think. In my opinion. Just reflecting on when I was an adolescent. We have a starfish and a seashell. I didn't even know I had this charm. Oh, and then we have Archangel Michael with this little like pendant thing. So they could fuck with Archangel Michael, or they could believe in like angels in general. I don't listen to Mac Miller, but there's a song entering my head by him called Angels, I think, or like When She Found Him. I think it's called Angels, I don't know. It is so vague. Okay, well, let me know if you know what song I'm talking about, because I don't. Anyway, with the shell and the starfish, I think they're just so connected to the sea. Also, the booklet talks about Aphrodite, so again, if they do, if they're like pagan, you know, they could fuck with Aphrodite. Me too. Especially with the, cause in the, hey, like Aphrodite, we rise from the ocean's froth a new being. Life is change, let the waves crash. That's what the booklet says about the ocean card. Yeah. They can also really like the ocean, feel really like at home when they're like at a beach. I think the album Wiped Out by The Neighborhood like the whole album could be significant to this person. Because I keep getting, because there's a song on there called The Beach, and then I was also thinking of the song wiped out the album's namesake. Yeah, I think the entire album, so good. I love that album. But it could be important. Okay. What do we have? What are you? What are you? You're a unicorn with a lollipop. I think they're the sweetest person ever. I think they're really sweet. I think they're really precious. I think they're gonna be someone that you meet and you get to know, and then you like really get to know them, and you're like, I'm going to bundle you up and steal you away and hide you from the world so that nothing can ruin how perfect you are and how magnificent you are and your sweetness. Nothing can taint it. Spoiler alert! They had to fight for that. Spoiler alert! I couldn't say the word spoiler. Spoiler alert! It was tainted, but they fought for it. And now they're sweet forever and nothing can taint it because they said so. Good for them! They're cutie patootie! They're a cutie patootie. Okay, I also have Minnie Mouse here. Tee tee tee. I'm also taking Art History of Animation, and the very, very first Mickey Mouse cartoons, hehe did not look like. I'm glad they changed his character design. Same with Minnie, but in the early animations, like bloomers, and like what's it called, like prop comedy or like slapstick comedy, whatever, in those animations had a lot to do with bloomers and like being silly with you know, I don't, using them as like a parachute or something. I don't know why that's coming through. I hope it makes sense for you. They can also really like Disney. I'm also thinking of how in the recent Mickey Mouse show, Mickey is like so obsessed with Minnie, like utterly in love with her, utterly devoted. Anything for Minnie. So you guys could have that kind of Fig, you're incredible. She's sleeping curled up and like her head's like this, and then she's like covering her face. I love you. Anyway, so the two of you could have like a kind of relationship where you're kind of mutually obsessed with one another, which makes sense. Or no, this one. Given, you know, King Juan's hermit. I need the alone time, I guess, you know. What's this fortune? Ah! Very often you cannot help to think of somebody. You guys are on each other's mind 24/7. Even if you don't know each other yet, you still think about each other all the time. We have this strawberry here. Strawberries could be significant. I fucking love strawberries. They could be their favorite fruit. Heart sweet as a peach, even though this is a strawberry. Maybe they also like peaches. Hey, I guess that's what I was gonna say. It felt like I was gonna say something else, and then that's what came out of my mouth. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm just a channel, sure. Strawberry shortcake could also be significant in some way, shape, or form. I don't know the spiritual significance or like deeper meaning behind a strawberry. If you want to look that up, you totally. I have a computer in front of me. Love, purity, rebirth, and the divine, largely due to their vibrant red color, heart-like shape, and the fact that they are one of the first fruits to ripen in spring, symbolizing new beginnings. Yeah, love and fertility. I thought fertility would be one, because I think fruit is just always going to be fertility. Period. Cool. Fertility. Hey, queen. I love you. We have this Christmas wreath here. So you guys could really like holiday. Yeah, I'm hearing like it's the holiday season. You guys could really enjoy Christmas music together, or if you vehemently hate Christmas music, then you could both be haters, and then you get to relish in that together. Yeah, holiday season, like that kind of that time of year could just be important or significant to your connection in some way, shape, or form. You could have met during that time, period. Also, the Emperor is Aries, which we had on the dice. So Aries season could also be significant in regards to when the two of you meet, which is not holiday season. It is Easter season. Or is that Taurus? I don't know when Easter happens. Is it April? I don't know. Yeah, okay, that's that. We've also got this pentacle with bats. It's freaking bats. I love Halloween. You know, as they say. So, I think this person could really like bats. They could have a bat tattoos coming through in particular. I'm also thinking of how bats use echolocation. So maybe this person has bad eyesight, but really keen hearing. Or the opposite, really good eyesight and really shit hearing. One of their senses is really strong and another, not so much. We've also got this cute, yo. Do you remember how I mentioned snails earlier? Do you remember when I did that? Two little snails walking together. Guess what I have here? It's a motherfucking snail. That's so cool. I love when that happens. I'm taking that as just like confirmation for that message because I'm not really getting anything else. Ooh. Ha! Okay. Really excited about that. We have a match here. The two of you could be each other's match. You could light each other on fire. Match is a singular match. Also makes me think of the Ace of Wands. So the two of you could have like a very passionate love together. If you like getting physical a lot, congratulations. I think that's in store for you, this relationship. If you don't like getting physical a lot, congratulations. No one's making you do anything that you don't want to do, so that's not in store for you. You light each other on fire. I'm hearing Light My Fire by the Doors. Long ass song. Okay. We also have this green butterfly. So this signifies to me a change, shift, or growth period for them in regards to their heart chakra. Because they're so like here and here, and we talked about them having like a harder time grounding. While they're very in tune with their emotions, I don't necessarily think that equates being in tune with their heart. So I think that might be something that they've really had to work towards and like have it be an active effort, and also realizing that being in tune with your emotions does not equate to being in tune with your heart. Could be something that they had to realize and be like, oh, light bulb moment. Okay, good to know. We also have a purse. Luckily I have purse. Luckily I have purse. Hey, I'm gonna be so real. The clasp on this purse looks like Chewbacca. If you can see. Oh, it's so tiny, I don't know if you can. But it looks like Chewbacca. So Star Wars could be significant. Maybe if this person uses purses. This person. They could have like an iconic purse that they use. Like they could have like a staple purse. Because you know how some people with purses have like it's like a collection. I feel like this person has their like staple, you know? Consistency is key. I also want to say they got a bag of tricks. I don't know what that means. I guess you'll find out. Oh, how exciting. chill. Okay, that's all your charms. So, we're gonna use the Moonology deck. They would love this deck. For, let me move. The advice portion of your reading where we're closing it out. Chill. It does not feel like it's been an hour. That's so cool. I've loved hanging out with you. Actually, I love this reading. This was so fun. So, what advice do we have for pile 2 while they're on their journey to their soulmate? They're really cool, hot, beautiful, intelligent, funny, witty soulmate. What advice do we have for them? I can't remember if I got 1 or if I got 3 for pile 2, so I'm gonna give you 3. What do we have? Probably do. I don't know. We have bring love into the situation, new moon in Aquarius. Okay. Step out of your comfort zone with North Node. New moon in Cancer. You and your loved ones are safe. A time for healing. Balsamic moon. Balsamic vinegar? Elmo? Anyone? Elmo? I think new moons could be really significant to this connection in some way, shape, or form. I feel like for most of you, like 99% of you, this is gonna be a new person, which, hey, with our message earlier of it being, like the energy the energy of which you, like, re-meet them in is new and fresh and fun and exciting. For example, if you did know this person during childhood, 1, you might not fucking recognize them. Like, you meet them in a bar and you're like, hey, hottie. And then you get to talking and you're like, oh my god, we went to the same elementary school. Oh my god, we were in the same class. Oh my god, you look so different. You're so hot. Also, let's step out of your comfort zone with North Node. I think the 2 of you are going to have to learn to do that as you approach each other romantically in this relationship. Because it might seem like that both of you are like, oh, I really want to respect this person's boundaries, so I'll let them make the first move. And if you're both doing that, it's going to be quite the stalemate, you know? So perhaps step outside of your comfort zone, and you're the one who brings love into the situation by starting things anew, you went in Snoopy's house. I thought Fig jumped up here with Cleo, and I was about to be really excited that you get to see both of them, but alas. Yeah, you're the one to bring love into the situation, and then you and your loved ones are safe. I think that's further confirmation that in this connection, the both of you are going to feel so safe and happy to just be yourselves around each other. Period. Are you chewing cardboard again? Stop. Girl, what the hell? She chews and then eats cardboard. Okay. We're just staring at each other. Okay, cool. That's all I have for pile 2. So, okay, I was gonna pick her up and show you, but she started to walk away as soon as I had the thought. She could sense it. Thanks so much for joining me for your reading. I hope you liked it. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope this was fun for you, because it was actually really, really fun for me. These always are, but this was like an extra dose. Like, it had more energy. I was like, wee, this is fun. The yippee cat. That was me during your reading. Okay, so thanks so much for doing it for your reading. I really, really appreciate it. I hope it resonated. I hope it made sense for you. I hope you enjoyed. Feel free to like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed this reading, or if you enjoy how I read. You can also follow me on other social media at Bone Dead Tarot on TikTok and Instagram. I post readings there sometimes too. You can also check out my tarot deck. I made my own tarot deck. It's called the Bone Dead Tarot. If you like skeletons and you like whimsy, you should check it out. Cool. That's all I have for you. Oh, you can also book a personal reading with me in the description if you want to. If you're feeling called. So, that's all I have for you. Okay, thanks again for joining me. And I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, or night when you're watching. Bye. Hi, pile 3, if you chose the Bumblebee Jasper Moon and the Paws Tarot, it's so cute. Then this is gonna be your reading. Hey, fun fact, I did record your entire reading and it was 1 hour and 10 minutes. I accidentally pressed the button, and it recorded in like half speed, so everything was slowed and there was no audio. So even if I tried to be like, what if I just made it 2 times speed, there's still no audio. So one of the messages I did get during the first initial reading though was that the relationship with this person might be a slow burn, like a little friends to lovers arc. And it might, you know what, with the cute little video mishap, things might feel like they are moving at like half pace. But, you know, divine timing, whatever works for you. Oh, my printer's making a noise, and Cleo's like obsessed with the printer. She will just like sit in front of it. Anyway, so that out of the way, we're gonna start off with an energy check for your reading. So we're gonna look into your soulmate's energy. If this does not sound like someone you would be interested in, doesn't sound like someone you'd want to be in a relationship with, then probably not your group, because no one's going to make you be in a relationship with someone that you don't like. Or if this sounds like you, it very well could be, and you could check out a different pile for your soulmate. Or if you want to listen to yourself, you totally can. Or option number 3, you and your soulmate are just really similar. Although if it sounds like eerily like you, I would check a different group. So, okay, reading breakdown, energy check. We're seeing their outward self, how they present themselves to people, their inner self, who they are to themselves, a major personal development they've made, what they were like during childhood, their relationship with their family, and then in the tarot, we're going to see who they are when they're with you, y'all's relationship together / life with them, how you'll meet, something you'll learn together, cute little relationship lesson. I hit my elbow, that kind of hurt, actually. And then lastly, we're going to take a look at what they're going to love about your connection, and then we're going to get charms and astro dice. And then we'll close out with some advice for you while you're on your journey to your soulmate. Excuse me, apologies if I'm burpy. I'm having my yummy, healthy cream soda, digestive health soda. It's really good. I actually really like it. So, okay, let's go and get into it. Meow, meow, meow. Also, apologies if you can hear the doggy in the background. There's nothing I can do about that. Because it's all the time. So, for your soulmate's outward self, how they present themselves to people, we have the moon with emotions. There's a musical artist called Emotions, but it's like, there's a... Right? Fuck. No, it's shit. Hold on, I'm gonna check my Apple Music because I want to be right. Can I search my fucking life? Oh, that's how I do it. What the fuck? Does it start with like a 3 or something? Oh. Okay, so the artist is Wild Painting. The album is called Emotions. The song I really like on there is called Distractions. So anyway, that could be relevant. The artist could be relevant. Period. Anyway, so for the keywords for the moon, we have moods, intuition, personal needs, Monday, Cancer, the unconscious, comfort, feelings, family, home, reflecting yin, and femininity. Who they are to themselves, we have the Tear with number 52. I really like the travel size of this deck because for some reason it's like less intimidating. I don't know how else to put that. For a major personal development that they've made, we have Archangel Shamuel, however you want to say that one, with the 3rd chakra, the solar plexus. Are you gonna hang out, Cleo? Do you wanna hang out with me and my friends? That's cool, you don't have to. Who they were growing up as a child, what their childhood was like. We have Owl. It's a fake owl because he has a tag on him. Look at his eyes though. And then their relationship with their family, we have loneliness. I know that I am never alone. I also want to say the colors blue and yellow could be really significant because we have black and yellow, black and yellow. Blue here with loneliness, yellow with the 3rd chakra, and then look what card I pulled. They're still freaking lovers. Anyway, and the sky is blue and yellow. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Yeah, hang out. Yes. Yes. Also, I wanted to say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles could also be important. Because the shirt, but also because the 5 of Wands in here is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which I did pull previously. It was really cool. Anyway, so where do we want to start? Okay, we're gonna start with our childhood. Because with the owl here, because it's a fake, like, plastic owl, I think during their childhood, they did they did a lot of, like, trying to fit in, a lot of, people pleasing or placating, parents, guardians, teachers, even peers. I think that they kind of might have felt like an outcast. The band Outcast could be significant. Because I heard the Hey Ya song. Oh, y'all don't want to hear me? You just want to dance. Period. I think there's a lot of feeling... Oh, for some of you, it could have also been like feeling really uncomfortable in their own body. I love you entirely. And feeling like they were struggling to fit in, like they had to put on a bunch of different masks to please a bunch of different people, and they couldn't be their authentic self. They couldn't be who they really are to anybody, really. I don't think even with their family, with that loneliness card. I think their current relationship with their family could be a little bit strained, because I think with the solar plexus being personal development, I think they've grown into themselves quite a bit. I think their self-confidence has skyrocketed, and they don't have to pretend to be someone that they're not anymore, and their family could take issue with that. Their family could just like not be into that. For some of them, their family could be like, who is this new person you've turned into? Where's my son, where's my daughter, where's my child, whatever. And then they're like, I'm right here. I just wasn't myself my entire childhood because you were really judgy and I never felt safe being myself because you sucked. Yeah. Nah. Oh, also, with the globe on the loneliness card, I think they could live far from their family. If they are close with anyone in their family, it's probably a sibling, maybe a cousin. Someone their age who's understanding and open-minded. I was gonna say not closed-minded. Hey, I think that's what open-minded means. Not, like, judgy, not, tied down to tradition or convention, societal expectations and standards and whatnot. They were definitely a black sheep in their family growing up. They could appear visually very different from the rest of their family, whether that's like, all of their family wears like pastels, but they wear black, or all of their family wears neutrals, and then they wear bright, like, ostentatious colors. Yeah. I think that, growing up was really hard for them, especially if they grew up in, like, a small town, or, like, a rural town, or a town that was just very, you have to be this way, otherwise we're gonna bully you, and actively cast you out unless you decide to fit in and conform. Conformity is their enemy. They hate conforming. They might even be the kind of person who actively goes against the grain just for the sake of not conforming, even if it's something where they're like, I actually don't really care about this, but fuck you. Yeah, Rage Against the Machine. Fuck you, I want to tell me what song is that? It's not Cult of Personality, girl. That's Living Color. Whatever. I can't remember. It's okay. Yeah. They're very, the person they are now is very defiant. Very, I am who I am. And there's nothing you can do about it if you don't like it. That's intense. I'm not gonna say that one. Sucks to suck. What I did here was go throw yourself off a bridge. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah. What else? I love you. You're a purr machine. I love you. Maybe they're a cat person. Actually, they probably love all animals. Even like snakes and stuff. I think this person has a lot of love in their body. Actively strives to be very, very accepting of people, of everybody. Tries to be the most understanding as they can be while still having boundaries, and I think that is something that's very, at times, can be very difficult for them to traverse, because I want to understand and I want to accept and I want to be here for you versus don't walk all over me, don't tread on me. The line that exists there can get really blurry and confusing to navigate. So I think they might swing, or in the past have swung, between being walked all over, which I think was actually the majority of their childhood, and being too rigid, being too like firm, purposefully, like they wanted to protect themselves and they actively did not want to be walked all over, and so it was like pushing back against everything, and like, sure, you have the excuses, but I don't believe them, whatever, I'm not trusting this, whatever, and was purposefully not understanding so that they wouldn't be walked over, you know, so that they wouldn't run the risk of being taken advantage of. That's that one. What else? With the owl's eyes being the super glowy, they could have something about their vision. They could have like really pretty eyes, really, their eye color could be different from the rest of their families as well. That was also a message I got, which is interesting, because genetics. Because genetics, yeah. Or they could wear like really funky glasses, really cool glasses, could wear glasses in general. I want to say, even though owls have good eyesight, I think, their eyesight, I heard blind as a bat. Yeah, I don't think it's that good. For most of you, I don't, like, they could wear contacts. At some point in their life, they could have worn like colored contacts as well, just to be different. Yeah. They're very confident in who they are today. They're, like, whenever you're watching this, #timeless reading, very confident in who they are now, and they love themselves actively. They love the body they're in. They love who they have become. I think they've actually found a really good community that accepts them for who they are unconditionally. I think that's something that they really wanted during childhood, but so extremely lacked. So now that they're able to have it in adulthood, and they're also able to be the person who accepts unconditionally other people, I think that is extremely fulfilling to them. For a career, I would not be surprised if they worked in some sort of profession where they helped people a lot, whether it's like social work, something to do with law, where they can advocate for people who struggle to advocate for themselves, therapy, a counselor, stuff like that. Something where they just being an advocate for people, for especially for younger people who can't speak up for themselves due to their environment, or due to, like, especially their environment beating down on them so much where they feel like they can't speak up for themselves because that was their childhood. And so if they're able to be the person that they wish they had during childhood, that is just perfect for them. Like, that would be extremely fulfilling for them. I do want to say, obviously this is not going to be a message for everyone. If it's not for you, you'll know, you know. But if this is like for those of you where your soulmate's like a queer person, I think it's their queerness that probably most likely isolated them, or even like that and other interests they had that were like niche or didn't fit their gender or whatever. I think that is probably where they struggled a lot growing up, and could even be why they are at a distance from their family, because their family might not be super accepting, but they could have like a sibling or something that they're close with, so they still have a tie to family, but it's not the whole family, you know. Yeah, I just wanted to bring, and especially like if they do have a career where they're advocating for younger people, they could advocate for like younger queer kids and help them get out of like unsafe homes, places where, and like be able to provide them with whatever it is that they need, you know. Yeah. Whether it's like an ear to listen to whatever they're going through, or if it is like getting out of an unsafe environment and into one that is accepting, loving, and safe. Necessities, community, like stuff like that. Yes, I wanted to mention that. Very, very like loving person. I want to say it's taken them a while. It's been a journey to build themselves a backbone. And like they went vertebra by vertebra, vertebrae by vertebra, whatever. Biology terms. And now it's like steel, you know, back like an iron rod, you know. Yeah, they don't bend to anybody's will but their own. Yeah, with the moon, with emotions, for their outward self, how they present themselves to people, definitely someone who's a listening ear. They definitely have like nurturing energy to them, specifically like maternal energy, because traditionally maternal energy is more of like softer, more of a listener, more of like provides like comfort, you know. And I think that, whereas paternal to me is like protective, supportive. I mean, they're both supportive, but like in different ways. Anyway, so I think your soulmate really enjoys being there for people, especially like friends too. Being a listening ear for friends. When a friend is sick, they want to cook them soup or bring them, like the phrase creature comforts keeps coming to mind. So they're, but okay, let me finish my fucking sentence. There's so much coming through. Okay, sorry. They want to cook their friend soup. They want to bake their friend their favorite meal, their favorite treat. Go to the store and make a little like sick package and then drop it off at the friend's doorstep and then text and be like, I dropped something off for you. You should go check it out. And then like wave from their car so that they don't get sick. Yeah. I think this person's home, I think your soulmate's home is really, really beautiful. It might not be like exceptionally beautiful, like, incredibly, actually, I think it's beautiful in the sense of the energy and love it provides every person who walks through the door. I don't think it is necessarily like, wow, and this is my version of beauty, wow, you have stained glass windows, everything in here is so rich and vibrant with color, and the couch is so like plush, and is it velvet? Wow, everything's rich and you know. I think they have a lot of blankets everywhere. Comfortable rugs, a nice like smelling candle that could smell like vanilla, like whatever a comfy cozy home smells like to them. Might have plants that they probably have plants that they like to take care of, pets that they love and take care of. I'm seeing like dog hair all over a couch. And that wouldn't be something that bothers them, because it's like proof that me and my dog cuddle and hang out and we love each other. That's cute. If that's something that bothers you, then you get to deal with that. Do you want to hang out, girl? Or are you just gonna clean yourself? Chill. Yeah, very like dim lighting, very cozy. It might be kind of eclectic, things might be kind of mismatched, but because it's them, it makes sense for them, and everything appears cohesive for the simple fact that it was picked out by them and it was picked out with love. I think there's like, I'm like the color cream, or like tan, kind of, somewhere between. I'm trying to see if I have anything. Not really. I mean, there's cream soda, so maybe this color. They kind of like a couch that's that color, or like blankets or something. I don't know why that's coming for particular. Yeah. A message I was getting before is that I think this person is good at being vulnerable with people outside of themselves to a certain extent. Because a message I was getting was that they're very, like, the way that they express themselves, especially emotionally, is done in a F-you defiant way. Like, this is how I feel, if you don't like it, get out of my face. It's funny because they're very soft and kind, extremely kind, sweet and nurturing, but then they have this kind of like edge to them that they've had to build up over the years as like a defense mechanism. They could be kind of punk. Kindness is punk, for real. Yeah, I don't know. Because I saw like leather boots. Platform leather boots. Yeah. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. The punk overtook my brain. Ah, yes. They're very, like, again, the Rage Against the Machine song. Man, I got it. It's not Sabotage, that's Beastie Boy. Those 3 songs are on the same album. Playlist of mine. Killing in the Name. Killing in the Name. Thank you, Google. Chill. Yeah, like when they confront people with their feelings, it's kind of like done in a very defiant, just keeps coming through, way where it's like if they do it in this way where they're very strong with it and they're very firm and they have this kind of like wall up and like nothing you say or do can change how I feel and it's upset me and this is how I feel. They've kind of developed that as, again, like a defense mechanism, especially in terms of like their family, because they probably received a lot of like pushback there, or a like crazy amount of invalidation from family and stuff. They also might have been kind of like pushed around or treated as a sort of pushover by past partners and friends as well, due to being over understanding, coming up with excuses for people, maybe even being a little like naive and just trusting people without questioning them. So yeah. With the tear being their inner self, the tear is like melancholic. It's kind of sad, but it also talks a lot about like letting go and release. They could have lost someone recently, either as of whenever you're watching this, or perhaps when you'll meet them, or even when you're watching this and then when you meet them, they're still, of course, grieving, because once you start grieving a person, it's you kind of never stop. It just comes in waves, and the waves become further and further apart. Yes. So I'll read the little passage to you. Yeah, keywords: melody, melancholy, flowing through the morning, the release of the rain. Tears are droplets of letting go. Once they begin to fall, we allow the swelling tide of emotion, to run its elemental course. Often the tear is what is needed in order for a conversation or situation to break into the next level of intimacy and vulnerability. Some say that tears are so powerful in softening our egos that they open up a portal to the unseen world. Through our watery eyes, the ancestors catch a glimpse of us, and we are reminded of their eternal embrace. We sense our humanity, our humility, and we allow ourselves to be held. It is likely this card appears when there is grieving yet to do, a sinking down into disappointment and despair that, once acknowledged, will bring a shimmer of clarity to our dewy eyes. Yeah, okay. I feel like I think intimacy and true vulnerability, not here's my feelings, F you. That's not really vulnerability as much as they might like to think it is. True vulnerability and intimacy, I think, is a struggle for them. Something that they would like to do in theory, but it is all so very heavy for them. And I think they have a hard time believing that anybody would truly want to listen to them talk about their feelings in a way where it matters, in a way where they can be sad, they can let that kind of like wall down, let that defiance dissolve, and then they can just be embraced and accepted for who they are and for what they're feeling in the moment. I think they have a hard time believing that, finding someone, believing that they can find someone where that's possible. Even with friends, I do think it, with dear, good, like, best friends, they are still not entirely vulnerable with them. They might be the kind of person who doesn't cry in front of people because they think that's like, excuse me, I burped. They think that's kind of like not anybody else's business. It also might make them like really uncomfortable to cry in front of people. They don't mind when people cry in front of them because, like, yeah, you get to be a shoulder for people to cry on, I get to be a listening ear, I get to be here for people. But when it comes to people being there for them, to them, that's like an impossible idea. It's something that's just not within the realm of the possibility, you know? Like, they don't think like it's real. Even, and I think that is even more of a reason why they're there for people, why they're, because if they don't receive it, even though they're not like allowing themselves to receive it, they at the very least want other people to. There might be occasionally, maybe not. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's something that they're bitter about, because to some degree they might distantly recognize it's a minor self-sabotaging behavior. Minor. I think it's something that they try not to pay too much attention to, though, because they don't want to acknowledge it. Cool. I think that's all I have for the energy check. So, if that does not sound like someone you would be into, then I would check out a different group. And if it sounds like you, and you want to keep listening, hey, are you okay? This sounds like something you would be into. Let's keep going. Meow, meow, meow. Move the moon. Oh, I wanted to, I had this pulled up and then I had to look up Rachel. There it is. I wanted to look up the meaning of Bumblebee Jasper because I don't remember if I said this, but blue and yellow, I think, are significant colors to this person. Complementary colors, because we have, like, the blue of loneliness and then the yellow of the solar plexus. the card, blue and yellow. Yellow. So, Bumblebee Jasper is associated with the solar plexus. Who would have guessed? It's also associated, according to Google, and this is the generative AI overview, so this could be wrong, associated with the signs of Taurus and Leo. It is believed to vibrate to the number 1. That's why I didn't know crystals could do that. Optimism, boost energy levels, ease stress and anxiety because it has a grounding effect, promote self-expression, help with manifestation, and inspires creativity. Chill. Some varieties of Bumblebee Jasper may contain arsenic. I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it. Okay, so let's get into the tarot. I've had it happen multiple times where like I record a reading and then the audio doesn't record or something. And I always think that the second time I do it, the reading's gonna be shorter because I already have all the information and I could just like whatever. But it always ends up being longer. So, because I guess I get to receive double the info. I'm gonna do one more. Meow, meow, meow. Ah! Okay, so pile 3's soulmate. Spirit. What's pile 3's soulmate like? Okay, that's 3. Oh. Okay, I heard you were gonna take them anyway. Okay. What was that freaking saying? Oh, I forgot about this. There's a sound going around on TikTok, as far as I know, probably other platforms as well. Short form video platforms, whatever. Where it's like the Batman and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles together, and Batman's like, "My parents died, Raphael," and then Raphael responds, "How a bummer." Yeah, maybe they like Batman, probably the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, anyway, so we have the 5 of Pentacles, 5 of Wands, and the Tower. So this is who they are when they're with you. I'm hearing the phrase cognitive, and we have the Magician on the bottom too. I'm hearing the phrase like cognitive dissonance. It's crazy when you believe like nobody could ever be interested in who you are at your core, at your depths, and that nobody's could ever be interested in listening to you ever, and then you meet someone who is. It's crazy how that perplexes you. I have to Google a word. Hold on. Ha! Confounded! Ha! I like big words. I love words in general. I also like to make sure I'm using them right. I don't want to be wrong. I have issues with that, as do most people. So, for who they are when they're around you, I think I heard have fun getting through their icy exterior. The Tower, the 5 of Wands, and the 5 of Pentacles. Anytime I think you try to make progress with them in regards to, so tell me about yourself. What was your childhood like? Or how are you feeling today? Are you okay? You seem kind of bummed about something. Anytime you take things a hair deeper than what they're used to, I think the alarms start blaring, sirens going off, and like steel doors shut. And they're like, "Why do you want to know?" It was fine. Today was great. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel fine. I love when people do that. I'm sure you do too. Everyone does. I think that they're gonna have a hell of a time learning that they are not as isolated and alone as they may have felt for a lot of their life, the majority of their life. They don't have to be defensive around you. They don't have to put up a front around you. They don't have to be someone they're not when they're around you. And they don't have to be a performed version of themselves. They don't have to be a version of themselves that's been curated. They don't have to be this, like, exacerbated version of themselves either, you know? Like, I think when they present themselves to people, it is technically their authentic self, but I think it is a curated form of their authentic self. It is a very deliberately chosen traits, deliberately chosen demeanor, clothes, style, reactions too, maybe. And so it's still technically them. Like, that is who they are. It's just a refined version of them. But when they're with you, you want to see the nitty-gritty details. You want to see the gross parts. You want to see the, like, ooey gooey, icky, gross, nasty bits, you know? You want to see their nasty bits. I'm sure you do. And so when they get to spend time with you and you're trying to, like, get to know them on a deeper level, it's like they're confused. I'm hearing, like, is what I'm presenting to you, like, not enough? To which, that's not the mindset to have. Because it's not that whatever they're presenting to you is not enough to satiate your curiosity about them. It's, well, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Because I think that you're aware to some degree that however they're presenting themselves to you is curated, is like, well, obviously there's more to you, because why aren't you like this? Like, what happened to you? Who hurt you, baby girl? You know? Yeah. They're gonna feel initially extremely unstable around you because I think you are the first person, you're not the first person who's been radically accepting of them, but you're the first person, I think, who's been radically accepting and also recognized that what they're giving you is not all of it. And so they're initially, in the beginning of getting to know each other / your relationship, might be a little bit of avoidance on their part, because they're like, who is this person and why do they have all this information on me? Are they part of the CIA or something? Yeah. I love cream soda. But with the Magician here, and then the Four of Wands, I think eventually they'll get to a place where they feel really comfortable, they feel in control. They don't feel so, like, thrown off by anything going on, and they start to become really good at communicating. They start to feel really comfortable being honest about things, and things start to feel more like home, and not the home that they knew in the past where it sucked, but a new version of home that they get to create with you, where they get to create a new definition of what home means to them. Aw, that's so sweet. Okay, so what is their relationship gonna look like with their soulmate? What's Pile of Three's relationship? Oh, we have the Hangman in reverse. So it just looks like he's jumping in the sky. We are having 3 again. Oh my god, the Hermit and the Star. All major arcana. Oh, another major arcana is Death. I love this deck so I love this deck so freaking much. Sorry, I'm looking around for Cleo. Because I saw a black cat, so I got excited. Black cat supremacy. Just kidding, because I also have a tabby. Is she a tabby? Who's to say? She also has orange fur. My little kitty mutt. With the Hanged Man in reverse, the Hermit, and the Star, I think your relationship together, a lot of nights in, I think you guys are gonna be so silly. A lot of really good inside jokes, a lot of like being so comfortable around one another, like nothing feels performative. I don't know if you've ever been in a relationship where it's like I have to do this for my partner because this is what I think is expected of me, or this is what I think they want from me. None of that in this relationship. Nothing's performative. Nothing is like what you think you're supposed to be doing. It's all what you want to be doing. Excuse me. Which could be like a really big change for the two of you. I think that you're gonna feel like so comfortable and at ease with one another. There could be a lot. You could have like really interesting conversations with each other with the Hermit and the Hanged Man in reverse. Like I think there's gonna be a lot of new ideas explored in a very like casual way, I think. Yeah. A lot of staying home, a lot of chilling, just the two of you. I'm hearing the song like, just the two of us, we can make it if we try. That's the only words I know. Yeah. And I think that, it's like you take turns being the center of attention in the relationship. Or you could also see it as you are always their center of attention and they are always your center of attention. It could also be that way. Which could sound like intimidating or uncomfortable, like, oh fuck, I'm in the spotlight, like, that's scary, the spotlight highlights everything. Or it could be like, oh my gosh, I've never been in the spotlight, but I always wanted to be. I can perform now. But like by being silly. Because with the, I don't know, like look at her. Look at her. She's so silly, she's goofy, she's just, you know, like, booty. It's so cute. I fucking love this deck. I also think you could really challenge each other's opinions a lot with the Hanged Man in reverse, because like you could see things different ways, and then you get to have like a conversation about it and educate each other on why you think this or why you think that. And I think that'll be really interesting and fun to explore. The idea of staying home when it's cold and eating Girl Scout cookies and watching movies is coming through, which is so real. I actually really need to get Girl Scout cookies because I've been meaning to for like a month now. I keep forgetting. Okay, anyway. Tagalongs or Supreme? Peanut butter patties, whatever you call them. Those are the fucking best. So how are they gonna meet? How will they meet? There's so many. The Chariot. And the Ace of Pentacles. The Ten of Wands. He's so grumpy. You could call him a grumpy cat, I think. Okay. I want to say, I know it's not a paintbrush and it's supposed to be like a wand, I think. Or like a baton or fucking whatever, but it looks like a paintbrush. What he's holding. Look at his freaking head. I fucking love this deck, bro. I'm gonna say it till I'm blue in the face. I love this deck. I think you'll meet each other by, like, I think someone will, like a friend or something, or like one of your family members perhaps, will make an offer to you to like get out there, try something new, to go somewhere new. And honestly, with the 10 of Wands here, you might be like, I'm really busy, like I don't have time for this, I can't be bothered. And they're like, but you have to. I heard mom said so. But you have to because mom said so. Yeah. Yeah. In the first version of this reading, I got the Fool and the Queen of Cups. Ah, look at her. She's right there. And karaoke heavy. Karaoke heavy. Like, getting out there and doing something for the sake of it, like, the idea of doing something because it's commemorative in some way was coming through, like, and then the example of, going to a karaoke bar with, like, a sibling or a friend or something because your mom loved karaoke or something, and so you're like, this is for mom, and then you don't really care about embarrassing yourself or looking silly because it's not for them, it's for mother. That was kind of coming through. Another thing was like one of those breast cancer runs where if a friend's parent died of breast cancer or something, and then you join them on one of those like walk runs, then you could meet your soulmate there or something like that. Something where you're kind of getting out, doing an activity, not for the sake of meeting someone new, but for the sake of someone else. You know, like this is for a friend, this is for a family member, it's for someone else that you love, you know? And it might be something where you have like a lot of other shit on your plate, it's taking time away from something else that you could be doing, but it's more important in the long run, it's more like emotionally important. Yeah. The Chariot's making me think of NASCAR. Maybe one of your family members loved NASCAR, so you're going to a NASCAR race or something. Yeah, like someone has like a ticket and they invite you with them. Yeah. Cool. Okay. So, what's something that they're gonna learn together? What's a fun little relationship lesson they get to learn together? 3 again. My goodness. Hey, but it's the sun. It's the sun. Here are the Ace of Wands, the 3 of Wands, and the 9 of Wands. There's a song playing in my head. Something A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Is that Jackson 5? I don't know, girl. I don't listen to Jackson 5. Ace of Wands, 3 of Wands, 9 of Wands. I think doing things for the sake of having fun, doing things like flying by the seat of your pants, doing things like on a whim, things not being planned, and deciding to like push through the discomfort of getting out of your comfort zone and doing something for the sake of like, oh, let's do this, those look fun and exciting, let's go do it now. I think that is going to be something that both of you are going to have to like learn how to do together. One of you could be very like, I actually only really like to do things if I have like a 4-day notice, at the very least, and I've been able to plan my schedule around it for preferably a week ahead. So I think that doing things spontaneously and pushing through discomfort is going to be a fun lesson for the two of you to go through together. The idea of, because the Ace of Wands can also talk about like passion, and I want to say like to some degree intimacy. So I think also exploring intimacy in a way where it could be a little uncomfortable and it's something you want to do, but it feels a little uncomfortable and there's hesitation because of that discomfort, even though there's desire to do it. So I think exploring things that are outside of your comfort zone, but there's that desire there, I think that is going to be something that the two of you get to do together. Like, if we want to have like a steamy, saucy example, there's like this fun thing you read about that's kind of kinky or something like that, and you're like, this sounds like fun. I don't know how to bring this up to my partner. I don't know how to bring this up to them because I don't want to be seen as weird. There is no situation, unless you become like a murderer, where they're gonna think you're weird. You know, unless you're top tier criminal, they're not gonna think you're weird. So yeah, you'll get the joy of like, hey, do you want to try this out? What do you think? And like pushing through the discomfort there, and then also like once you're doing it, it's also gonna be uncomfortable, for in the sense of like, because you're doing something new, you're doing something that you're unfamiliar with, but it's gonna make you really, really happy. It's gonna be really, really fun, and you're gonna love it, and you're gonna enjoy it, and it's gonna be great. Okay, so what will their soulmate love about their connection with pile 3? Also, okay, Queen of Wands. I want to say black cat. I want to say, because he in the Three of Wands, he's a floaty. Y'all are gonna feel really comfortable exploring things with each other, and you'll know it's a safe space. It's just like getting over the mental trap of it all, I think. Oh, we have the Moon and the Four of Cups. Now, it's the Four of Swords. Do we have any other fours? A 4 going once, going twice. No. Okay. I wanted to see if we could have 4, 4, 4. The answer's no. Oh, I was like, where did I see the other 4? It was the middle. It was the middle. Okay. I love having not awesome short-term memory. With the Queen of Wands, the Moon, and the Four of Cups. Today, I saw the Moon. I think something that they're gonna love is being able to be decipherable to you. Being able for you to see past all of the facade and illusion and whatnot that they've curated for themselves as a form, as a defense mechanism, as a form of protection, you know? And then they'll still feel extremely, like, lifted up, extremely important, loved, taken care of. I think something that you're gonna love is, you'll probably have, like, a lot of inside jokes to each other that no one else is gonna understand. You're gonna be like, and then I took a coffee break, and then you, like, burst out laughing and into tears, and everyone else is like, hey, what? Okay, sure. What does that mean? And you're like, don't worry about it. It's fine. It doesn't concern you. Don't worry about it. I also think, like, the idea of them feeling important to you, them being able to, like, take up space in your life, and them, and in a way where they feel, like, unashamed about it, like they get to unabashedly take up space. Hey, Google. I know I'm using it right. And with the Four of Cups here, it's like, yo, I split the deck and then it was the King of Wands. Look! Mwah! Ah! Anyway, with the Four of Cups here, I think another aspect I like about your relationship is things are going to be really chill. To the point where, like, other people might be like, your relationship sounds really boring. And then you're like, actually it's not boring. We're just healthy. And we don't argue or fight, really. So, if that's boring to you, seek therapy. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Charms. Let's get into this part of the reading. Let's do some astro dice first. So, what are some signs, planets, houses, that can help us learn more about possibly Soulmate? Cutie, we have the 8th house, Mercury, and Libra. They could have Mercury in Libra, which I think would make them a Libra. Maybe a Virgo. Maybe a Scorpio. The way that works astrologically, I have the loosest understanding of. Like if they have like a Libra Mercury, then I know for sure they could be a Libra sun, but I think possibly they could be a Virgo sun or Scorpio sun. I'm right. It goes Virgo, Libra, and then Scorpio. I had to double check in my brain. We also have the 8th house. It rolled back to 8. Which is Scorpio energy, Scorpio vibes. Yeah. Like, and the 8th house is also kind of like, it talks about inheritance, which, depending on their relationship with their family, they may or may not receive. But it also talks about like death and rebirth. I want to say it's also like a little magical, maybe. Sometimes I do get 12th house and 8th house vibes mixed just a little bit. So they could be a magical person. They could have really good intuition, I think. And I think, I think communication and working on communication has been a big point of focus for them. They could be really intelligent with Mercury here, really smart. Their mind could move like 10 miles a minute. Not just 1, but 10. And with Libra here, yes, I think they're, again, people-pleasing tendencies towards, like, during childhood and stuff. I think they've trained themselves out of that, Pavloved themselves out of it. And they could have, like, an interest in psychology as well, because they have that interest in, like, helping people. And Libra also is, like, law, because the scales, so that could be a thing as well, because we talked about that, right? Yeah, I can see them being now a very social person. Honestly, they could have also tried to be, like, social during childhood and then were shunned. But now it's fine. Now they're social. They could be very talkative. Yeah, is there anything else? I think it's that. Okay. Come here. Okay. Ow, fuck. Charms. Charm time. So, what are societal felicities messages that are going to be relevant to how to relate to their soulmate? You got this, Fortune, last time too. A new friendship will stand the test of time. Meow, meow, meow. What are the numbers? 19, 30, 55, 18, 53, 21. I heard 21, like 21 Savage. You know, 21 Savage, the British man. Again, I do think that you'll start as really good friends, or like friends to lovers arc, you know, slow burn. I think you'll start as friends, and then you're gonna be like, tell me more about yourself, and they're gonna be like, what the fuck do you mean by that? Ugh! And then love ensues, you know? What is this one? Oh, it's a sunflower! There's also a sunflower in the Queen of Wands. Well, girl. Meow meow? Meow meow. So sunflowers could be significant. The song Sunflower by our king, my boyfriend, could also be significant. And we have this ladder here. Sunflowers also represent happiness, so I think the two of you are just gonna be really, really happy together. Staying focused on the positive. But not like toxic positivity, because that's boo. Boo. We hate that here. With the ladder, I think that this person could be climbing the ladder to success. I wouldn't be their career is really important to them. I know that for a fact. We also have this cute little guy with a scythe. What is that from? The phrase bone daddy, what is that from? I don't know. Anyway, that popped in my head. I hope that's significant to someone. Yeah. Otherwise, what's happening? With this cute little scythe bone guy, because it's adorable, it makes me think of Scorpio, first and foremost, which 8th house energy vibes. We love Scorpios here. It's because I am one. I think they could be very comfortable with the idea of death, because they could be like familiar with it, especially if they did lose someone recently, because we kind of saw that come through. Is there anything else with that one? No. What's this? It's a cowboy hat! Oh, and it's got 1 star on it. Hey girl, Lone Star State, represent Texas. They could be from the South. It doesn't have to be Texas, but they could be from the South, cowboy country, the West, perhaps, or Bible Belt. Yeah, like y'alternative, you know, where they have roots with cowboy boots, but then, you know, they grew up and they're still connected to like where they're from and I want to say where they were raised, I think. Yeah. Okay, cool. They've not lost that aspect. Because there's a star, I also heard there's a new sheriff in town. We have this present here. Meow. So I think gift giving is important to this person, because we kind of saw that before with the whole, like, I cook things for my friends when they're sick, and I give them sick baskets with, like, Sudafed and Flonase. I don't know. I think Flonase is for allergies, actually. A neti pot, maybe. I hate neti pots, because it feels like it's gonna go into my brain. Deja vu! Period. Yeah, Christmas could also be an important time of year for the two of you. I think they love giving gifts, because then they're like, it's a testament to how well they know the people in their life. We also have this lone wolf here. I also think we got this one last time. Not that you would know. R.I.P. I definitely think they've been a lone wolf a lot of their life. They could be into werewolf stuff. They could have been Team Jacob. Growing up with Twilight, if they did grow up with Twilight. I was Team Jacob initially, and then I rewatched the series and I was like, oh, everyone sucks here. Oh. Is the blood moon a thing? I've been watching a lot of Minecraft YouTubers, and the blood moon happens with some mod packs, and then it's like monster extravaganza at night. Anyway, with this life ring here, yeah, they definitely want to be someone who like helps people, who can, if they could save someone, if they could make someone feel better about their life and put them in a place where they love their life, that's a freaking win. If they've ever had one, that's a win. We also have this match here, which makes me think the Ace of Wands, which we did have. The two of you guys could be a match. Light My Fires, Fire, singular, by The Doors also comes through, I think when I get this a lot. You could spark their creativity as well. You could make them feel more connected to, sorry, bumps you, that aspect about themselves. Meow. We also have this Queen Bee, which does make me think, like, Queen Bee does give me Queen of Wands energy, if I'm being so real. So, they might be someone who kind of likes to be in charge. Take that how you want. I think they enjoy having all of their ducks in a row, being able to count their ducks and then recount them just to be sure. So that they can make sure that like everything's right, everything's in its place, everything's the way it needs to be. And then smooth sailing, they run a tight ship. We also have a pomegranate here, which makes me think of Persephone. Pomegranates are associated with fertility. Also makes me think of like fall and winter, because you know, 6 seeds, the 6 months of the year where it's cold, and Persephone's down in the underworld with Hades. So they could be somebody who really, really enjoys fall or spring, or 2 of the best seasons, in my opinion. I'm a spring person because I like planting and growing things. Yeah. They could also really like pomegranates, honestly, actually. I don't know if there's a song called Pomegranate. There probably is. If you know a song called Pomegranate, or that has to do with pomegranates, that could be significant. I don't know, that came through, so. We also have a cog. Yes, run a tight ship. It's like clockwork. It is like clockwork. Yeah. Also, I think like they don't want to be a cog in the machine, but I think they don't view their job at all like being a cog in the machine, because they're not feeding into the machine, they're helping people. They're taking people out of the machine and putting them in a better place, you know? Sick. We also have a mermaid here / siren. She is so cool. They could have a really pretty singing voice. I don't know how open they are with their singing voice, but it could be really, really pretty. They could also really like the Ocean, the band Ocean Alley. Sick band. They could be from Down Under, Australia, because that's where Ocean Alley's from. And also, I don't know, that just came through, so. And we have a locket with some flowers on it. Ugh, there's nothing in here, because I didn't put anything in there. Yeah. Meow, meow, meow. They could wear a locket. They could have like a necklace that has some sort of like sentimental meaning to them, I think. Or like a piece of jewelry, but I'm leaning more towards necklace. It could be like a ring as well, where it's like, this was my grandma's. Or like, this was given to me by someone really important to me. I don't know. There was another thing I wanted to say. Oh, the phrase "keep me in your locket" always comes through with that one, obviously. And it's like being able to like carry each other with you even when you're apart, kind of deal. Chill. My throat hurts. My parents died in Grove. How a bummer. Okay. So, now we're gonna get to the last part of your reading. We're gonna get some advice for you while you're on your journey to your best bud, your soulmate. So, what advice do we have for pile 3 while they're on their journey to their soulmate? And then I have to go to class. What advice? That's okay. I'll take the 2 that flipped over, and then I want one more. Yeah, new moon in Virgo. I would not be surprised if this person does have like Virgo, like heavy Virgo vibes. Take time to breathe out. Disseminating moon, step out of your comfort zone, north node. Yeah, we kind of talked about that one. Confirmation. Hold your vision with fixed moon. Excuse me, I burped again. I'm hearing Don't Stop by, what is on here, girl? Get off. Or don't. Free will. Okay. Don't Stop by 5 Seconds of Summer. So, don't stop doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing, and I think everything's gonna turn out fine. I don't think there's any, in order to meet your soulmate, you do not have to go out of your way in order to ensure that it happens. Because then, that would, that doesn't make sense. Because, the universe is going to line things up for you to work out exactly how they need to. And so, the idea of going out of your way insinuates that, you're going out and away from, the plan or whatever, which, would never be the plan. I hope that makes sense. With a time to give rather than take, if you are at a point in your life where you are naturally noticing yourself, and it's not I'm doing this because I'm meeting my soulmate. If you're at a point where you naturally notice yourself being more giving, being more generous, giving, especially with your time, to the people in your life, that could be kind of a sign or synchronicity maybe, sign that they're close. They're on their way to you, that you can, yeah, you can smell it, you can taste it in the air. Okay. And then take time to breathe out. Yeah. If you are in this state of I'm helping people and I'm giving my time to people, balance is important. I wanted to say Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I don't think balanced Obi-Wan Kenobi is a line in Star Wars in any way, shape, or form. But Star Wars or Obi-Wan Kenobi could be important. There's a lot of references to media and stuff in this group, so you could have that kind of back and forth between the two of you. Yeah, make sure you are granting yourself time and space to chill, to de-stress, to detox, because that's very important. You don't want to meet your soulmate when you're at a point where you're overwhelmed with everything else in life, to where meeting a soulmate sounds exhausting, right? And you don't know when it's gonna happen, so I guess you just constantly have to do it. Oh no! Ugh, that sucks. Okay. I think that's all I have for you. So, chill. Thank you so much for joining me for your reading. I really appreciate it. I had so much fun hanging out with you. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for letting me read for you and giving me the space to. You can follow me on other social media at Bone Dead Tarot on TikTok and Instagram. You can also comment, and subscribe if you enjoy this reading, if you enjoy how I read. That's always super helpful. If you want to join the Bone Dead Fam Club, we have a blast here. We have fun here. I don't know if you can tell. I hope you can. You can also check out my tarot deck that I made, the Bone Dead Tarot. It's really cool. I'm biased because I made it. That will be linked down to my website below. You can also book a personal reading with me if you want to. That will also be linked down below. Chill. That's all I got. So, thanks again for joining me, and allowing me to read for you. I love it. Thanks. I love doing it. And I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, or night whenever you're watching. Bye. Hi, pile 3. If you chose this Hypersthene Palm Stone and the Pulp Tarot, then this is gonna be reading. So, little reading breakdown before we get into stuff. We're gonna start out with an energy check to see the overall vibes of your soulmate. If it does not sound like someone you would be interested in, you would want to be in a relationship with, then it's probably not your girl. Period. Straight up. Here's your rubber band. So for the energy check, we're going to look at their outward self / how they present themselves to people, their inner self, like who they are to themselves, and then a major personal development that they've made, them during their childhood, and then their relationship with their family. And then once we get into the tarot, we're going to see who they are when they're with you, your relationship together / life with them, how you'll meet, something you'll learn together, and then what they'll love about your connection. And then we're going to get into charms, and I also want to do astro dice. And then we'll get advice for you for your, how did I phrase that, girl? Well, for advice for you while you're on your journey to your soulmate. So, sick, gnarly, sexy. Let's get into it. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. So, pre-shuffle. For their outward self / how they present themselves to people, we have Neptune with mystery. Meow, meow. It says confusion, imagination, dreams, artistry. Pisces, spirituality, subconscious, intuition, clairvoyance, illusions, dreams, visions, plural, depth, and consciousness. Hi, Figgy. Hello, beautiful. For who they are to themselves, how they see themselves, we have the 1 with number 30. And then a major personal development they've made is woman holding a coin, number 42. Period. Them during their childhood, we have demons. Now I'm thinking of the Doja Cat song. And then their relationship with their family, we have forgiveness. I acknowledge that harboring resentment blocks the flow of love. So, where do I want to start? They could have a black cat. Me too. Just because there's a black cat in this card that I'm noticing. Yeah, anyway. Cat people rise up. Where do I want to start? Let's start with a major personal development that they've made with the woman holding a coin, because that one's really straightforward and obvious. I think that they may have dealt with some sort of like financial insecurity growing up or in their like early adulthood, you know, and they've been able to, I heard, like make a name for themselves, good for them, in their field, but definitely like find some sort of financial stability, financial growth, abundance in what they do. And I think they're very, very passionate about what they do as well. It's not something that they're like solely in it for the money, although that is a nice bonus. But it's, yeah, that's like the financial prosperity is like I want to say like a natural side effect to what they do. Like it kind of comes with the territory, but it's not, so they could just be in a profession that like is known for making a lot of money, but that's not like why they got into it. I think they got into it for very personal reasons. It could have something to do with like their childhood, or it could have something to do with I'm kind of leaning more towards that. So let's get into their childhood with demons. Two interpretations here, and both can be true at the same time. I want to say one of the interpretations is that as a child, they were kind of freaking crazy. They were kind of like all over the place, bouncing off the walls, very, very energetic. could have been very, like, loud, very funny, very witty to, like, the other kids, but that might have, like, gotten them in trouble, you know? I heard smart mouth, yeah. But I think at the same time, as a kid, they dealt with a lot of, like, insecurity, a lot of self-doubt, which, you know, you hide that behind some solid humor, and no one's the wiser, you know? And they might still be like that, although maybe, like, a more evolved version. Yeah, I think that, like, I think they had a lot of energy as a kid. Their parents may have tried to put them in, like, a lot of different, like, I'm getting two different things. One is their parents tried to put them in a lot of different extracurriculars that would burn off that energy, or they had this excess of energy because their parents did not do that. As a result of, like, not having time, or if both of their parents worked, or if they had one parent who worked, then it could be because they didn't have, like, a ride there, like, a way to get there. Yeah. I also want to say they might have felt kind of, like, lonely growing up. Like, it might have, I don't know if they could be an only child, or if they have a sibling, there could be, like, a big age difference between the two of them, so there was no way for them to, like, relate to one another or play together or anything like that. Because I think growing up, like, they did a lot to entertain themselves, or maybe if they do have a sibling, their sibling was just, like, never home. Yeah, so I think they did a lot growing up to entertain themselves. They may have stumbled across some things on the internet that no child should see. I'm thinking, like, salad fingers, maybe. Charlie the Unicorn. Stuff in, like, that area. Nothing where it's, like, nothing sexual, I think. More so, like, this is gory for a child. Yeah, like, things not made for a child and made for, like, teens, kind of. Very funny, but yeah. What else? Yeah, I'm hearing the phrase, like, unrestricted internet access. Which is, like, I guess that's not niche, actually, because it, you know, at a certain point, parents did not know everything that was on the internet and all the dangers of the internet. So there was unrestricted internet access. With forgiveness being their family card, I acknowledge that harboring resentment blocks the flow of love. At some point, they may have blamed their family or their parent for, like, being upset that their family wasn't really able to be there for them a lot growing up, wasn't really able to be super present with them. Thus, they were very, like, lonely growing up, or bored a lot, out of their mind. And so, and feeling like, because they had a lack of attention on them from specifically family, I think that once they were grown up, like, out of the house, I think they looked back upon that and they were like, that's kind of fucked up, actually. Actually, most families don't do that, and that's not normal, and then, like, resentment kind of grew of, like, why would you do this to me if you're my parent, my caregiver? And then I think more years passed, and then they realized, like, oh, because financially it was actually necessary, otherwise we'd be on the streets, or otherwise, like, we wouldn't be able to have any of the things that we had, you know, like especially if they had a single parent who worked a lot, like, or worked like 2 jobs, you know, then they definitely, you know, like, later on they developed an understanding of like, oh, I was alone a lot because it was literally necessary. There was nothing anybody could do about that. It was just required and a shitty situation, but sometimes you have to be in a shitty situation in order to just kind of get by, you know? Yeah. But now I think they're really close with their family, really close with, like exceptionally close, especially if they had, like, a single parent growing up. They're very close with that parent. Very loving, very giving, especially if they are in, yeah, good for them. If they are in since they are in a career that, like, fills the bank until it overflows, you know, that pays well, they're probably providing that parent with, like, everything they could possibly need. Like, treating their parent to fancy dinners a lot, or, like, let's go on vacation together, it's on me, or I got you this nice thing because I saw you eyeing it, or because I thought you would like it, you know, stuff like that. Like, they give a lot back to their caregiver because their caregiver gave a lot to them and absolutely overextended themselves just in order to, like, like, keep them both alive, I think. Yeah. And for some of you, like, the situation growing up might not have been as, like, drastic as it sounds, but for some of you it definitely is. So, yeah. With, because it is, those weren't words. With Neptune, for how they present themselves to people, I heard the phrase, like, space cadet. Because they spent a lot of time alone growing up, I think they have, like, a very, very vivid imagination, prone to daydreaming, getting lost in their thoughts, which I want to say helps with whatever their career is. Like, somehow, whatever their job is, that is beneficial to the job. Yeah. But I think, like, coworkers or you know, just people that they work with might see them and be like, how do they get any work done? I never see them doing anything. And it's because they might work, like, overtime, I want to say, or, like, they might, like, for example, if they're in the office, they could be, like, brain power, using their brain, the brain 3000 moment. Jesus, words are hard sometimes, bro. And then they get home, and they might be kind of a night owl, I want to say. And so when they get home is when they, like, put all of the thought into action, they make it tangible, you know? I do think they are a very connected person spiritually, like, because we have the one for the relationship with their self, you know? I think they have a really good positive relationship to themselves. I think they understand the idea of oneness really well. I mean, to a certain extent, because I don't think they're necessarily, like, a, like, super duper spiritual person. I think they could be agnostic, and just really believe in, like, humanity. Meow? Please? Okay. She chews cardboard up and then just, like, spits it out. So I thought she was gonna do that again. Anyway. Yeah, I think with their idea of oneness, they recognize, like, helping a neighbor is, in a way, helping themselves. and what goes around comes around. They definitely are a believer in like karma and how the good deeds you do will find a way to come back to you, and the harmful shit you do is also going to find a way to come back to you. So maybe practice kindness. I do think this is a very kind, very thoughtful person. I do think at times they can be, just with Neptune energy, I think they can be forgetful because they are a bit spacey, but I think the thought always manages to come back to them, even if it's at like a later time where it's like, oh, I wish I'd remembered this earlier. Yeah. They're really, I think everyone else sees them as like a very creative individual, very intelligent, in the sense that their brain is very big and has a lot of space to create. It makes a lot of connections in ways that most people would not be able to put together. Yeah, like I'm seeing a visual of like the old telephone operators like plugging the wires into walls, and then this person's like, I'm gonna take this one, I'm gonna plug it over here, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that. Yeah. They're a lot more chill than they were growing up. A lot calmer. For example, like if they had ADHD growing up and did not have access to like get diagnosed or like medicated or anything, now they have access to that and are medicated. Or at the very least, like they have ways of managing that, you know, to where they can be less bouncing off the walls all over the place, you know. I think they're really calm now. I heard the word like sedative, whatever. I like very, very chill. I think everyone likes to be around them because their energy is like a nice, like the ocean, like, but nice, cool, calm waves, you know, that can like really relax you and lull you to sleep at times. Their presence is not boring or draining to where you feel like you want to fall asleep. It's just that they're so relaxing to be around. Like if you, for example, have like a really hard day and your body's like really, really tense and you're like really strung out, then I think the moment you get into this person's presence and you're in their presence for a solid like 5 minutes, you will notice that your muscles are not tense. Like your shoulders like drop, jaw is able to loosen, any muscles that were like tightened unnecessarily feel looser. You can breathe easier, slower, deeper. It's really nice to be around this person. And I think they've cultivated that for themselves. I think they became that way because that's what they needed for themselves, and then it kind of just ended up benefiting everyone else, which is really awesome. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they do get, like, some of their ideas for things that they create, ways that they experience, like, success, you know, as downloads, or, like, they receive it in, like, a dream, or they're just, like, eating dinner, and then it, like, an idea just, like, hits them, and that's gonna be a download, that's gonna come from a higher power. I think they're very, very connected, but in a way where they're almost oblivious to it. Sometimes they might make jokes like, oh, I was blessed by whatever with this idea, and then you're like, yeah, actually, yeah, like for real. That's not a joke. That's not the joke that you think it is. That's what's happening. Yeah. Some people, because we have confusion as the first word on the Neptune card, I think this is a very straightforward person. What you see is what you get, and there's no confusing that. Like, this is not the kind of person to play mind games. This is not the kind of person to be really back and forth or hot and cold. If you ask them a question, if you ask them about their behavior, they will tell you, they will communicate that, no problem. I think at times, other people who are either used to mind games, used to things being extremely complex with other people, used to things not being straightforward, used to having to read between the lines in order to understand what's being said. People who just have a tendency to read too much into things. I think whenever they encounter your soulmate, they get really confused. They get really, really confused because your soulmate's a very straightforward person, very direct, very clear, honest, like, no nonsense, you know? And so then that kind of person who reads too much into shit is like, so, like, what do you mean by that? Yeah, I understand, like, what you're saying, but, like, what do you mean by that? And they're like, I told you. Like, it's actually really simple. You're overcomplicating this to hell and back. I think you should get a massage. I think you should take, like, a small vacation, and like, step away from everything and just chill for, like a week. I wouldn't be surprised if this person does have some sort of, like, higher position in whatever job they work in, especially if it's, like, corporate, or if they could have, like, their own business or, like, startup or something like that. I do think they are, like, very successful. I do think they're able to afford, like, the finer things in life. And if they're not at that place when you meet them, I kind of want to say they definitely will be by the time you get into a relationship with them. Because it feels somewhat like a stroke of luck for things to happen for them early on in their career, where things just kind of, like, skyrocket. Which may have initially, I think, you know what? For most other people, I think that would have been really overwhelming. But your soulmate's the chillest person ever. You know the meme? You might not, but it's this guy. He's not a guy. He looks like he could be from Arthur, you know? Gray sweatshirt, jeans, hands in pockets. He's the chill guy meme. That's your soulmate. That's them. Actually, I kind of want to pull it up. Where did I put my phone? Oh. I want to pull it up and I want to show you. Meow, meow, meow. I would like to remember to cut this out, but I probably won't. Chill guy meme. Ah. That's them! Red shoes. Okay, anyway. Yeah, just, like, chillest person ever. Like, they can handle stress, no problem. They don't really get stressed. If they do, I just don't think they do. I actually just don't think they do. I think they're really good at managing stress. For some of you, not all of you, I would not be surprised if this person is a, like tokes it up, you know? Because they're really chill. And they also, like, for those of you who they don't toke it up, I think they could be accused of doing that because of how chill they are and how relaxed they are all of the time, where people could be like, are you high right now? And they'd be like, no, I'm just, like, hanging out. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just hanging out. I'm not. I'm just like this. Yeah. Is there anything else? I really dig their energy, dude. Hell yeah. I dig it. Okay, cool. Cool. That's all I have for the energy check portion of your reading. So if that does not sound like someone you would want to, excuse me, go out with, be in a relationship with, then I would check out a different group. Or if this sounds like you, if you're like, this is literally me to a T, it could be you. So I would perhaps check out a different pile unless you want to hear about yourself. So, now we're gonna get into the tarot. We're gonna start with who they are when they're with you. I don't know how often they would talk about their childhood, but if/when they do, it's gonna be in the most like loose terms ever. They're not gonna be the kind of person who, unless like forced, goes into detail about what their childhood was like, because I think to some degree they recognize like kind of sad, kind of like don't really want to talk about it, you know, and they don't really like, I don't think they like to receive sympathy from people when it comes to specifically their childhood, or perhaps even like in general. I think that makes them uncomfortable. And so that can also be another like hindrance to opening up about that. Let's do one more. Okay. So, pile 4. I said pile 4 when I like opened up with welcome to, I hope I did. I hope I didn't say 3. If I did, sorry. I'm sorry. Anyway, so pile 4's soulmate. Who are they when they're with pile 4? What are they like when they're with pile 4? We have the High Priestess. This deck is so cool. Meow meow meow. Number 2. Can I get one more? What is pile 4 soulmate like when they're with pile 4? When they're just hanging out together. We also have Justice. She looks cool. She looks like someone not to be fucked with, honestly. With the 5 of Pentacles on, the blood, for most of the, I think only for pile 3 I actually looked at the bottom deck energy. We'll see if I want to read into that. I'm not really feeling called to right now. High Priestess and Justice. I think when they're with you, I think they're gonna care a lot about like how you're feeling, what you're up to, how your day was today, and then they want to be like as attentive as possible, especially if you are someone who's very attentive of them. They like need to make sure things are balanced between the two of you. I think when things are unbalanced, it doesn't cause them, and this is I think in life in general, I don't think it, excuse me, I don't think it causes them stress, but I definitely think it's something where it's like, like they would like to fix that. They would like to do something about that, otherwise it will bother them. You know, I think things are going to feel really natural between the two of you. I think they're going to feel really, really comfortable with you. I think they could usually be like the listener when it comes to conversations. Pause. Yeah, okay. I think they could really be the listener when it comes to conversations. And so when they're with you, they're still the listener. It's like no one takes over the conversation. No one's like talking more than the other person. Everything's really chill, really balanced, you know? Yeah. They're gonna, like, care a lot about you. And to some degree, I think they're also gonna really want to, like, stand up for you. Be the kind of person who validates your feelings all of the time and really listens to you. I think they understand that most people, when they complain, don't want a solution unless asked for. And so they just kind of want, like, empathy or validation that what they're feeling is like an accurate response to the situation. I think they're very good at doing that. I think they like to focus more on you than have the focus on them. They might feel kind of uncomfortable being in the spotlight because I like am trying to get more information about what they are like when they're with you, and I feel like I'm talking about you a lot, kind of. Yeah, I think they're really happy to kind of just, like, sit back and let you be. Like, while things are balanced between the two of you, I do think genuinely your soulmate is happy to sit back and let you be the, like, center of attention, or guide things between the two of you, or, like, lead things, or they're, like, kind of just going along for the ride, you know? And that's not to say that they can't step up. I definitely think they can and will, especially when it comes to Happy Valentine's Day, by the way. It's actually Valentine's Day when I'm filming this, and I really hope I can get this out tonight, so it's on theme, you know? Like, when it comes to planning stuff for Valentine's Day, like, they'll be happy to organize that, make you feel loved and adored. Like, any time where they need to step up for you, or step up to make you feel special, loved, cared for, taken care of, that's, like, their number one job, and they're excited to do that. Like, that is very, very fulfilling for them. But when it comes to, like, you making plans, or you, like, oh, our friends are having this dinner party, do you want to go, or whatever, then they're just gonna be like, yeah, like, whatever you want to do, I'm here for you. If you don't want to go, we're not fucking going. If you want to go, I'll drive. Is there anything else? You might be able to open up their, like, silly, more playful side as well, just because she looks, like, so serious. I want to say that, like, how do I describe that? The two of you can be silly with one another in like a faux serious way, if that makes sense. Like, the jokes you have could be done in a very, like, deadpan or, like, really serious about it kind of way, and then it's really funny. I hope you know what I mean. I can't really think of an example. Yeah, okay. Well, let's see what your relationship's gonna look like together. You have the Queen of Wands. Look, another black cat. And the Knight of Swords. Nine of Cups. And then I don't think I showed you this one. Meow meow. Yeah, I like a meeting of the minds. I think the two of you are going to be able to, like, again, I think they're going to really want the focus and attention to be on you, make you feel really, really important, really seen, really heard. It's whatever Power 4 wants, you know? Like, they'll give it to you. So all you gotta do is, like, ask for it, and they'll fucking do it. Like, babe, can we go to Las Vegas next weekend or something? Or like, let's plan a trip to Las Vegas. And they're like, absolutely. For sure, what hotel you want to stay at. You know, like, because they're able to give you anything, everything in the world, they're going to do that. Even if you're not someone who's, like, big on gift giving, they're going to gift give in a way that makes you feel seen, heard, understood, like you will know that they're listening to you. You will know that they're so in tune with you and what's going on in your life. Like, for example, if you, let's say, like, you're an artist, you're a painter, and, you're, make an offhand comment about how it's hard to, like, squeeze the, like, final dregs out of the tube, then they're gonna get you one of those fancy fucking key things. I just got them, which is why this is an example. One of these fancy fucking tube squeezers, bro. I'm really excited to use these. They'll just get you that as like a, hey, you complained about this, so here's a solution. You're gonna be like, oh my god, I didn't even know that was something that you, like, remembered or were, I don't know, like, actively listening? I don't know. Even though I think they are actively listening to you all the time, because they're just such a chill person, sometimes it might not seem like it, or they might not seem, like, super present. They always are when they're with you, because it's you. And I think they're more present than people think, in general. They just kind of have, like, a spacey vibe about them, which isn't, like, always accurate? Yeah. I also think the two of you are going to have a lot of, like, really interesting conversations where there could be a lot of, like, made up, proposals of ideas, like, so what do you think would happen if there were actually aliens on Mars, but they lived underground, and, when people, you know, in the future, came from Earth to try and live on Mars, that suddenly they encounter all of these aliens that live underneath on Mars. What do you think would happen? Like, do you think that there'd be able to be some sort of, like, truce or, like, understanding? Or do you think that humans would, like, say, fuck you, and then try and steal minerals, and other, you know, natural resources, and then kill out all of the other aliens? So I feel like that would be more of like a do you think most humans are good or bad kind of thing. But just kind of going down those, like, thought experiments together, I think. And I think it'd be really fun. Like I think your conversations are just gonna span all kinds of different topics. And I actually think it'll be really, really fun. Also, they're gonna gas you up as fuck. So if you're, like, a words of affirmation person, hell yeah, brother. You're gonna hear about it all the time. Congratulations. Is there anything else? Because we're using the Pulp Tarot, you guys could be, cinephiles. Cinephiles. I like to make fun of people who use the word cinephile just because it's like, just say you like to watch movies. I'm a cinephile. Okay, I'm a... No. Anyway, you could like to watch movies together and then, like, analyze the movies together as well. Yeah. Overall, the two of you just fucking love hanging out together, I think. Which makes sense. Because, nah, you're soulmates, you know? That's kind of part of the territory. Don't anything else? Oh, duh! You're also gonna make each other laugh all of the time. I think they have a really unique laugh. It might sound like kind of like dry a little, I think. not like wheezing dry, but like, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, how are they gonna meet? How's pile 4 gonna meet their soulmate? Page of Swords. And the 2 of Swords. 5 of Swords. Swords, swords, swords. My god. Page of Swords, 2 of Swords. Coincidentally. I'm not getting a ton of information on how you're gonna meet, partially because I think it's gonna be different for everyone, but also because I think they want it to be a surprise, which this is the only group where this is happening, so I'm sorry. Maybe you're like me and you watch a lot of readings, and so you're like, maybe just let it be a surprise and have fun. So we're one and the same if that's the case. Hey. With the Page of Swords and the 2 of Swords, because it's swords, it could be online, or I want to say like through word of mouth. Like it could be like a friend of a friend of a friend situation. Like for example, you have a friend who's in a relationship, and your friend's talking to their partner about like, ugh, pile 4 is so awesome, and I want love and happiness for them, and then their partner is like, I met pile 4 and they are so awesome. You know who they kind of remind me of sometimes? This person, your soulmate, you know? And they're like, oh my god, you're so right. We should meet them up. We should hook them up with each other. And then love ensues. Yeah, 2 of Swords, honestly, is kind of giving blind date. That's so scary, but exciting for you. Because, hey girl, she's blindfolded. She's blindfolded. But she looks nice. So it really would be a surprise. And your friend would be like, no, I swear they're attractive. I swear they're like a really awesome person. And you're just like, God, I hope so. Like, I guess I'll go, you know. But I actually think it's gonna go really well. Are there any other interpretations other than blind date and fuck around and find out? No. So if it's not a blind date, then you get to fuck around and find out. So, what's a fun little relationship lesson that they're gonna learn together? The 5 of Pentacles. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's the way to do it. 10 of Pentacles! Aww. Look, it's the star. And then we got these bad boys. I think moving into an abundance mindset is actually going to be something that the 2 of you go through together. Because at times, I think it's something that they have already worked on, and if you're not there, or if you get really uncomfortable when people buy you things, or when people just do things for you out of the kindness of their heart, because you think that now you owe them something, or now you have to do something for them back, of equal, like, financial value, or time, or meaning, or whatever, I think learning for you how to just receive and not feel guilty about it, not feel bad about it, or like shameful, or like you should be doing something, you should be doing XYZ or whatever. I think that's something that's going to be really fun and exciting for you to learn, and definitely not difficult at all. Learning that like I heard the phrase like there's more where that came from. So realizing that like even if they get you an expensive like gift, they're like they're not breaking the bank. They're not breaking the bank. I don't think it's possible for them to, unless they did something stupid like donate all their money, which, like, good for the cause, but, you know, bad for you and your soulmate. And that's not something they would do. They're very financially conscious, especially because of the way that they grew up. They're very, very financially apt, financially, like, literate. That's the word I was thinking of. Yeah, so I think realizing, like, it's okay to receive, it's okay to, because especially if you're the person who's used to giving, and not getting a shit ton back, then I think it being swapped might make you feel like, oh, this hurts, like, I don't know what to do about this. The answer is sit back and enjoy it. Easier than it sounds. Or no, well, period. I was gonna say harder than it sounds, but maybe you're just overcomplicating it and it's actually easier than you think it will be. So, what's that called? Freudian slip. Chill. If that's the biggest issue, that's chill as fuck. You're gonna have a great relationship. Hell yeah! Okay. So, what is pile 4 soulmate gonna love about their connection together? We have the 9 of Wands and the Hermit. 2 9s. And Death. That's a sick card, bro. We got these two. I want to show you that just because you're so cool. And, like, so involved. Nine of Wands and the Hermit. What they're gonna love about your relationship? I think the fact that the two of you always stick up for each other. And with the Hermit, the two of you can be chill as hell together. The two of you can, like, exist in a cave for weeks on end and not see anyone and just be happy as can be. Also the fact that the two of you kind of, like, enlighten each other a bit. Like, the two of you grant each other new perspectives on things, grant each other these like grand ideas. Like, they could say something and then you have a response and then it just, like, is a light bulb moment for them where it, like, everything suddenly expands. I'm thinking of the movie Lucy, where drugs sewed into her abdomen, the drug bag breaks, she unlocks 100% of her mind. So you guys are each other's drug. Your love is my drug, Kesha. I haven't been getting a lot of songs for this pile. Last pile, I got like 1 million songs. A quadrillion. You know, there were so many. And with the 9 of Wands as well, I think there's also just going to be a great appreciation for the effort the two of you put into one another. The fact that, for example, if you, since they were quite lonely in their childhood, if you were as well, then I think you both are going to recognize, like, different ways to make the other person feel loved and seen and just not alone, you know, like you're going to have that sort of perspective that other people might not have. And so the two of you are going to really push to make things work. You could recognize that, like, sometimes things are difficult to communicate because it's not really things that you've had to communicate before. Or, like, no one was giving you the space to communicate that. No one was even recognizing that you wanted to communicate in the first place. And then you might have been like, I don't know how to bring this up because I don't want to make things uncomfortable. I don't want to make things tense. I don't want to make this person run away by being difficult, by having desires, needs, obligations in a relationship, you know? So I think the two of you are going to recognize, like, you've both been in that situation before, and so it simultaneously makes it harder and easier. I think it's going to be harder initially because the two of you could have trouble bringing things up with one another because you don't want to ruin a good thing by having needs that need to be met. You know? God, that's so inconvenient. But once you kind of explain the history with one another, once you explain the why, then you get to share of like, oh my gosh, me too, you know? And then it becomes easier because you have that greater understanding of one another, that talking about things becomes easier. Okay, cool. That's all I have here at tarot. So, let's do charms and some astro dice. Okay, let's start with the dice. What's some stuff that's gonna be relevant for Powerful Soulmate? Is this the South Node? I'm pretty sure it is. Where it's upside down, I'm pretty sure that's the South Node. And then we have Gemini and the 6th house. Yeah, like, I think that your partner, your soulmate, is like a very routine-based person. They could work out. I think they have like a nice, like, yes, I could see them being very routine-based, and that's why they're so chill, is because they have a lot of things that are just like, this is how my day's gonna go, there's nothing really up in the air for me, it's chill as hell. And with Gemini energy here, again, very smart, very intellectual. I think they are good at communicating in general. When it comes to communicating feelings, that might be where it takes takes more thought, more effort, more like they have to push themselves a little to do it. They'll still do it, no problem, but like it's just requires extra effort, you know. Meow 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 meow. With the South Node here, I'm hearing the song Past Life by Tame Impala. There's our music. There it is. The two of you, when you meet each other, things might feel eerily familiar. It might be like, have we met before? Have I, like, seen you on TV or something? Like, have I, like, is there anywhere where I could have seen you before? And if so, what is it? And the answer is past lives, baby. And I think that's why things are going to be really easy for the two of you, because it already feels like you have a history together. Your relationship could also kind of progress in a more rapid manner than other people's relationships. I want to say most people's relationships. Because you just know and understand each other and recognize each other's roles in your life kind of automatically, and in your goals align automatically, your priorities align automatically. Everything is just perfect to a T. To the point where it could be kind of weird or eerie, or it could be like, there's no way this is working out because everything in the past, like, boo. And so when things are going good, scary. Like, for example, my parents, I love my parents, they met December, Christmas night, on AOL chat room. I love them. December 1996, marriage certificate, May 1997, and they've been together over 25 years. They, like, speed ran, because then they went on their honeymoon in December, because my dad had to do basic training, and then that's when my mom became pregnant. They speed ran! And they're still together! And they're happier than ever! I love my parents! Okay, so that's the astro dice. I bring that up because you could have like a similar situation where like if you could feel like you've been together for years and you're like, oh my god, it's been 4 months. That's crazy, you know? So, let's do charms. Okay, what are the charms? Now you know have some signs, synchronicities, special messages, 4 months before in relation to, ow, something stabbed under my nail, in relation to their soulmate. It's Ethiopian opal. Ethiopia could be significant for some of you. Maybe you or your soulmate are from there, or like traveled there, maybe. Opal to me is also a very like, oh, it's so pretty. I don't know if you can see the fanciness of it, but opal to me is also very, I personally related to the crown chakra. I don't know if it is, according to the internet and everyone else who's way more informed about crystals, but to me, I think it's related to the crown chakra. So I think that the two of you are gonna have just like a really beautiful innate connection where you kind of just understand each other, and it could be the thing where it's like you're thinking, mac and cheese sounds really good, and then they're like, babe, do you want me to make some mac and cheese? And then you're like, hell fucking yes. How did you know? It's because you're connected. Oh, we also have a pomegranate here, which is funny because on the High Priestess in the background, you can see pomegranates on the wall, like a wallpaper maybe. So pomegranates remind me of fertility, so be careful if you don't want that. And if you can have baby and you don't want baby, be careful. It also makes me think of the story of like Persephone and Hades. So the seasons like fall and or spring could be significant here, because you know fall is when she goes down in the underworld, this spring she come back up. Also, pomegranates are just really yummy. So I don't know why I felt the need to bring that up, but maybe. What's this one? We have a little fortune cookie. Your style will look fabulous. Period. Period. Yeah, I think you guys will be attracted to each other from the get-go, and you could really like how the other person dresses, how they present themselves, how they carry themselves as well. Yeah. The Ariana Grande, yeah. We also have a little piece of rose quartz in here. I forgot this was in here. You guys got 2 crystals. I never get crystals. So maybe you guys are crystal fiends. So real. Understandable. Relatable. But rose quartz is also the crystal I love. So it's just like, you guys are gonna love each other so much. You guys are just gonna be so in love. It's gonna be so beautiful. Rose quartz also makes me think of Aphrodite. So she can also be significant to you. Or Friday. The day Friday, because that's those two are related. They are, trust me. We also have a Christmas wreath here. Yeah, like I think gift giving is going to be, hello Cleo, how are you doing? I love you so much. I do think gift giving is going to be really significant between the two of you, and it's going to be something, look at her. Hey girl, do you want to like go between? Yeah. Yeah, like Christmas, for example, if you haven't worked through what we talked about earlier with like the 5 and 10 of Pentacles with the lesson you'll learn together, if they get you like a really awesome thing for Christmas and then you start stressing because you're like, oh my god, well compared to what I got them for Christmas, this is extremely, what I got them is now extremely inadequate, and now I have to like go find other things, and now I just really bad about myself. Hey, no. No. You know? I don't have anything else to say other than no. We also have this parrot here. He's got a crazy eye, bro. He's so cute. Tropical places could be significant between the two of you. Because we also have this like sailboat here, so I think you guys are gonna really enjoy traveling, especially to like warmer climates, like beaches or places that have jungle maybe, places that are just like warm, like more towards the equator, you know? Yeah. I heard the phrase like snowbirds, which I think is what people call old people who go to Florida for the winter. I think my mom was like, yeah, it's because the cold hurts their joints or something. Yeah. Or maybe one of you has like a pet bird. Because I keep hearing like parakeet as well, which I think that can be a pet. I've only had cats, so. Although I did have a dream last night that I got 2 dogs and they were covered in fleas and ticks. And I was having to like comb through them, and then I was like, why did I get 2 dogs? Now I have 4 pets. This is overwhelming for one person. Anyway, maybe you have 2 dogs. Because it was like a medium one and a big one. We also have a little ghost here who looks kind of demon-y with a knife. Oh, yeah, there could be this, because the phrase I heard was like, your past is going to catch up with you, or like fear that your past is going to catch up with you in some way. So I think this relationship is going to be really good. If there are relationship type wounds that you have not dealt with, even if you haven't been in a relationship wound you could have is the fact that like you could feel exiled, lonely, left out, or unlovable, or something like that. Which that is technically, in my opinion, a relationship wound. I love you so much. I think those are definitely going to be things that are dealt with in this relationship. We also have a tennis racket. So you guys could like tennis. Florida also could be significant because for some reason tennis makes me think of Florida. I don't know why. Guys, it's a black cat again. Can I get a hell motherfucking yeah? Hell motherfucking yeah. I really think black cats are significant to this relationship. There could be like, you know the trope of like, oh, black cat, golden retriever. That could be in this relationship. This person would be like an old golden retriever though, because they're very chill. They're not like hyper anymore. They're not like, I get excited easily. It's they're very chill. Or maybe they're the black cat and you're the golden retriever. We also have a scorpion here to signify Scorpio, which we saw with the death card earlier. Are there any other signs I can point out? We have Virgo with the Hermit, Libra with Justice, and then the High Priestess I think is associated with Neptune, which is going to be Pisces. And I think Neptune used to be associated with Aquarius before it was associated with Uranus. I think. We also have a circus tent here. Yeah, I think the two of you are going to be like clowns together. You're going to be so silly together. I also think that like, bro, every fucking group is getting this goddamn alien. Every group! Without fail. I mixed things up in there. I keep getting this alien. You guys get to be weird together. Anyway, with the tent, I was gonna say, before the alien distracted me, when you're like home together, I think things are gonna feel like you exist in your own like silly little universe bubble, and then you go outside and you're like, oh, yeah. Train of thought has left the station, so we're gonna move on. Alien, you guys can be weird together. New Mexico could be significant. Roswell. We also have like a shell spoon here. Shells also make me think of Aphrodite. At least I think it's a spoon. Like, It's a spoon. I'm right. Forever. I'm always right. Yeah. The idea of being, like, spoon-fed. So, like, you could also have a problem with accepting gifts and everything, because, like, you don't want things to just be, like, handed to you. You might feel like, oh, I need to, like, work for things. I need to, like, earn things. Not necessarily true. That'll be a fun mindset to work yourself out of. And if you think, like, I'm never gonna get myself out of that mindset, I think you should always work for what you deserve, you know? Sometimes you deserve things without having to, like, bleed, sweat, and cry over it, you know? And fun fact, if you don't think your stance is gonna change on that, I want you to come back after you're in this relationship. And I want you to let me know how you feel about it. After you've been in this relationship for at least 6 months. I have to preface. We also have this little froggy in a little jar. Again, like, frogs make me think of healing. I do think this relationship's gonna be really healing. Very pleasant to be in. Very fun. Very, like, serene. Yeah, okay, so that's all the charms I have for you. We're gonna close out with some advice for you while you're on your journey to your soulmate. So what advice do we have for Pulp 4 while they're on their journey to their soulmate? Do we have a pile 4 while they're on their journey to their soulmate? Sure. And this is in regards to what I was just talking about. You are good enough. You are good enough. This is in regards to everything we talked about, bro. You're good enough, bro. Bro, like, I swear, bro, you're good enough, bro. What else? Hello? Hiding? Hello? Be bold and make the first move. That's funny because it was hiding. This could be like asking your friend, in regards to the blind date thing, this could be asking your friends, like, do you know anyone who's worth my time? Or do you have a friend who knows anyone who's worth my time? Or if you see this person, like, out in public and you're like, oh my god, that's the hottest human being I've ever seen. I'm just gonna observe them from far away. Wrong. Be bold and make the first move. Meow, meow, meow. Can I get one more? Have faith in your dreams, period. And hold your vision. I'm gonna say these two go together. Yeah, if you have, I think this is in regards to your career. Have faith that, like, it's gonna work out. And things are gonna be awesome, and things are gonna be sexy, lovely, everything's gonna be beautiful, everything's going to be wonderful, and you're gonna have fun, and you're gonna achieve everything that you want to achieve in your career, and it's gonna be awesome, and you're gonna be like, oh, I'm so grateful, and I love my job. And if your dream is to have no job, I think your soulmate would be like, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I can do that for us. Because I think they will fully make enough to be able to easily take care of the both of you. So, and any little, I want to use the word chitlins that you want to have. I don't think I've used that word before, but I have heard my father use it, and I think other people. Anyway, that's all I have for you. So, thanks so much for joining me for your reading. I hope you liked it. Had fun here. I hope it resonated. Yeah, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed this reading, or if you enjoy how I read. That's always super, super helpful in regards to algorithm things that are beyond my understanding. You can also follow me on other social media at Tarot on TikTok and Instagram. And you can book a personal reading with me down below if you would like. I also made my own tarot deck called the Bone Dead Tarot if you want to check it out. It's really cute. It's really cool. I love it because I made it. That'll also be linked down below. And I think that's all I have for you, pile 4. So, thank you again so much for joining me for your reading. This was a blast. And I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, or night whenever you're watching. Bye. Hi, pile 5. Welcome to your reading. If you picked the cute little amethyst cluster and the Forager's Daughter Tarot, then this is gonna be bringing it down. So, everybody say hi to Fig. Hello, Fig. I love you so much. Anyway, quick little overview of your reading. We're gonna do an energy check to take a look at your soulmate, and if this sounds like someone you would not be interested in, someone where you're like, ew, never, no way, blah, I would check out a different group. I would check out a different pile, because if you don't want to be with this person, then it's probably not your person, you know? If it sounds like you, if you want to listen to yourself, that's cool. If you don't want to, I would also check out a different pile. Or if it kind of sounds like you, but it also kind of doesn't, this could be a instance of y'all just being really similar and having some sick mirroring going on. So, for the energy check, we're going to take a look at their outward self, how they present themselves to people, their inner self, who they are to themselves, a major personal development that they've made, them during their childhood, and their relationship with their family. And then, once we do the tarot, we're going to go into who they are when they're with you, your relationships together / life with them. So far, those two have been kind of, like, similar, which is interesting. And then how you'll meet, something you'll learn together, like relationship lesson, and then what they're gonna love about your connection together. And then we're gonna do charms and some astro dice for extra signs, synchronicities, and messages. And then we're gonna close out with some advice for you on your journey to your soulmate. So let's go ahead and hop right on into it. For how they present themselves to people, their outward self, we have Cancer with the Caretaker. Loyalty, emotional depth, sympathetic, moody, tenacious D. Oh my god, I forgot about Tenacious D. Jack Black. Protective, nurturing, familial ties, hypersensitive, sense of home, ruler of the 4th house. And then for their inward self, who they are to themselves, we have the Seed with number 66, Route 66, Cars, Life is a Highway, a lot of things, a lot of references coming through. For a major personal development that they've made, we got 2 for that one, and I really dig this because we have Blossoming Abundance and Anxiety in reverse. Like good for them. Anxiety's in reverse. Ooh, 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 ooh. And then who they were, what they were like during childhood, we have the Crystal Ball. And then for their relationship with their family, we have Patience. Right? I accept that everything happens in divine order. Also, every time I see this card, I keep hearing the song Patience by Mannequin Pussy. That's their name. So where do I want to start? I'm like jamming to the song now. I want to start with the Crystal Ball, with what they were like during childhood. Sweet, tender, sweet summer child. They were... It sounds like the beginning of a story. They were always a little odd. They were always a little odd. A little, like, outside of the norm. Kind of skirting the edges of what's normal for a child and what's not. They could have enjoyed talking to adults more than other kids when they were growing up, because it's like adults somehow understood them better than other kids. That either they were smarter than other kids, or just like a little bit more developed than them at an earlier age, you know? With Crystal Ball, I think they, growing up, were a very, very intuitive child, very, very connected to the world around them, and also, like, the unseen world, I think. They could have straight up been able to, like, see or talk to spirits, you know? Like, and then family members, friends could have been like, oh, imaginary friend, that's so cute. You're talking to an imaginary friend right now, because it's, right, it's an imaginary friend, yeah. And then there might have been a moment where, and this also could just be like an example, but where their imaginary friend had the name, mannerisms, and really niche information that aligned with, like, a passed on family member that their parent knew. And it might have been really like, oh, how did you hear about that, sweetie? And then your soulmate was like, because they told me. Like, they're right here. Like, what do you mean? Just beautiful. There's a, I am coming out with an oracle deck, Nat. That's called the Childlike Wonders Oracle, and one of the cards in there is called the Fairy Child, and it's about kids who are very fantastical, who make, like, mud potions, and like stew, and they don't really care if they're weird to other kids, because they're just doing them and they're having a blast. So, like, if you don't get it, then there's something wrong with you. And I think your soulmate would very much fit that stereotype of kids, especially just like Crystal Ball, you know, like, they're seeing things other people aren't. Very, very, probably described as very imaginative, a pleasure to have in class, except for when they're, like, talking to things that, like, aren't physically there, you know? That might have been something that they kind of grew out of, though, either as a result of the world happening to them, or realizing, like, or, like, something scary happening, or realizing, like, oh, no one else is doing this actually might be odd, and then kind of just choosing to grow out of it, choosing to ignore that. Lots of, I don't know, like, purple and blue colors are coming through. Yeah. Honestly, this person still could, because I'm thinking of, like, my very first I'm being reminded of, like, my very first Dungeons and Dragons character. Her name was Inara. She was a divination wizard. So I'm thinking, like, in her colors were purple and blue. So I don't know. I feel like divination with your soulmate could probably be really good at it if they haven't dabbled in it. I mean, I would kind of be surprised if they haven't at least, like, perused the idea of divination. Like, oh, like, I don't know, maybe I should try that. Maybe that would be, like, cool to try out, like, interesting, you know? Whether that's tarot or scrying, runes, even astral projection, which I don't necessarily think is divination, but yeah. Oracle, like, however, you know? Throwing sticks, I think that's a form, because I know bone casting is, so, I mean, you could probably use sticks too, if you don't want to have animal bones, you know. Really, really sweet kid, I think. Really curious, I think, about the world around them. Or not necessarily, I think really curious about what existed outside of the world around them. So they could have been really into mythology, aliens, space, the supernatural, you know, like stuff like that, occultish stuff, I think really, really piqued their interest when they were growing up. I'm hearing the intro to, oh god, what is it called? Ghost Adventures? Jack Biggins? I'm also thinking of Ghost Whisperer, so maybe they just watched a lot of, like, those shows growing up, too. Yeah. Yeah. With, this, what do I want to do next? I think, let's do, how they present themselves to the world, their outward self with Cancer, the caretaker. Grew into a person who's very, very sweet, very caring, very attentive, very aware of other people and their needs. I want to say, like, before those other people are aware of their needs. This is the kind of friend who, would coincidentally be like, oh, I got this, like, sick stuff for you for the next time that you're sick, you know, I just like saw it and thought of you, so I thought I'd go ahead and get it for you, you know. And then, like, the next week that friend falls ill, so, you know, really, really in tune with the people around them and the people that they love. I think having to learn how to block off certain energies, especially that of, like, strangers, people who are chronically just dump on them, learning how to have boundaries there, energetic boundaries, I think is something that they've probably struggled with for a while. I think they're way better at it now than they were in the past because, you know, you learn through experience. I also think this could be someone who's good at cooking, good at baking, like, they could have a really beautiful and cozy home, more beautiful than cozy maybe, I don't know. Yeah, always being willing to be like a helping hand, to lend aid to people who need it, like would help their friends move, would help with, like, a project if needed, or giving people rides, anything like that. Like, this is just someone who I think likes being there for other people, likes doing things for other people, because, like, honestly, to some degree, like, it's something to do. and if it benefits other people, then, like, hell yeah, you know? They could also be someone who, because we have moody here on the card and hypersensitive, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is someone who might, like, take things personally at times that has, like, nothing to do with them, might read into things too much, and then their heart is very, very tender, very sensitive, and so they take those things kind of personally, and struggle to let things go, perhaps, struggle to, like, move on from things, especially things that could be, like, an injustice, things that don't seem fair, things that really, really upset them in that way. It's hard to ignore that or brush it off without perhaps, like, at least, like, desiring some form of confrontation, like, hey, why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to my friend? That's fucked up, and you're weird for it. They may have confronted people in the past, and then in like a little bit of, like, an aggressive way, and then the person was like, hey, that was not my intention, that was not a personal attack against you, that I was just, like, going through something that day. I'm sorry I took it out on you. This is what I went through. And then it's something horrendous. And then your soulmate has to be like, oh, fuck. Oh, and then has to figure out how to, like, backtrack. like backpedal a bit, you know? They could be a Cancer. They don't have to be. Yeah, I'll get into more signs later. Yeah, with the scene for how they view themselves, though. 929 by Halsey. Oh, this might not be the exact lyric, but, like, is it so strange if I always want to change? I think this is someone who's constantly, like, renewing themselves, constantly just a new version of who they were, like, 2 weeks ago. Evolving, changing, growing, sometimes going back to who they were, sometimes evolving from it, you know, and it's not going back to who they were as a form of, like, regression. It's more of, like, visiting who they were, or visiting old habits or hobbies or clothes even, and just tapping into that older part of themselves, you know. Very, like, this is someone who, when bad things happen to them, they always try and find a lesson in it, which there might not always be a lesson, but goddamn if they won't try to find one, you know? Very, like, positive thinker, always trying to kind of be ahead of everyone else in that way, where they will notice a friend saying something negative about themselves and then they'll be like, no, like, rephrase that right now. Like, don't say you hate yourself. Don't call yourself stupid. Just say that you're having trouble understanding the situation or something like that. Which is coming from a good place. I can understand sometimes if they do it too much, it might be annoying. But, you know, there's balance in everything. I feel like they don't do it all of the time. Partially because they might be like, well, I've told this person enough, and if they're still doing it, then, like, that's their problem. Hey! I'm gonna zoom in because I have been for everyone else, and I just recognized that I wasn't. So, hey there. Now that we're close and personal. Let's get into, and pearls could be significant as well, because there's a pearl in the middle of the seed. Yes, but with blossoming abundance and anxiety in reverse, I think this is someone who, a big growth point for them has been getting rid of anxiety triggers in their life, or recognizing what triggers their anxiety and then doing their best to remove it. And if they can't remove it, then coming up with tools to cope, you know, coping mechanisms, that's what they're called. Someone who also, like, has decided to have a positive mindset, has decided that when their brain is, like, being mean, when their brain wants to focus on all of the negative, they have to make the conscious decision, the conscious choice to focus on the positive, as a way of sort of being like, F you, when it comes to their brain, like looking their brain in the mirror and going, ugh. And deciding that, like, they're tired of always being anxious, they're tired of always overthinking, they're tired of being worried about, like, what other people think about them, caring too much about other people's opinions, especially the opinions of those who, like, might not really give a hoot about them, you know? And realizing, like, where they're placing their energy, and if it's something that's benefiting them, or if it's something that's just draining them. They're in a place now where they really have a lot of their anxiety and fears under control. I feel like bouts of uncontrollable anxiety happen once in a blue moon. Like it's gonna happen because that's human, that's normal, to some degree. But for the most part, they're really able to have a good handle on themselves, have a good handle on the thoughts that exist in their brain, the thoughts that they allow to persist. The horrors may persist, but so do I. Honestly, that's their mindset. So true. Yeah. They could be in a good financial position right now. This is someone who reminds me of spring. Like, they probably smell good. Attractive. Spring is beautiful. I love spring. I'm a spring freak. Yes, like, they smell good. They're beautiful. They could be conventionally attractive. And always blooming. There's like always having like new fresh blooms, like growing, evolving, changing, but also experiencing that kind of, and they could also be a Scorpio, honestly, because that whole like death and rebirth cycle, like death to the old them, birth to the new them, taking things they learned and then applying them to their new self in ways that make more sense, in ways that make things easier to deal with. Yeah, warm, sunny, sweet, kind, lovely to be around. Some people, this person might like aggravate some people for the simple fact that they're very sunny and they're very sweet and everything's going well for them all the time, which is not true. And they don't try to put on a facade of everything's going well all the time. If you ask them, hey, how are you doing? Then they could be like, things kind of suck right now, but I'm pushing through. I'm gonna get myself a little coffee and a little treat, and then I'll be better. Not fine, but better. But some people think that interesting. Some people might think that, like, life has just handed everything to your soulmate. Not. That's a heavy disagree. That's a heavy, hell fucking no. Not true. No, it hasn't. This person has worked for everything that they've received, and if things have been handed to them, then it's a result of them having gone through a lot. You know, I'm like Saturn energy, you know? Saturn in the first house. I actually don't know. I don't know what house, but Saturn. It's like they work hard, and blood, sweat, tears, fears go into it. Tears for fears. That's something, and I couldn't tell you what it is. Anyway. Rap Snitch Knishes by MF Doom. Anyway, sorry. They work really hard and put all of their energy, love, care, attention into something. And I think a lot of people don't see that. It might be something that they do in private. It might not be something that is talked about often by them, partially because it's not asked about. I think it's like, this person has like a ask and I'll tell, don't ask, I'm not gonna tell kind of thing. And it's not because they're necessarily like overly private or stingy with information about themselves, like, oh, I need to remain mysterious. No. I think it's just because there may have been times growing up where they tried to talk about themselves and then people just seem wholly like uninterested in whatever was being said, and so they just learned to kind of like shut up and observe, is the phrase I'm hearing. So now they could struggle to talk about themselves. Now I think they only talk about themselves again if prompted. Yeah. So while people might think things are handed to them, that's not the case. They don't see the hard work that your soulmate puts in. They only see the rewards, the results that they get. Yeah. With patience, for their family. Sorry, I'm looking at this card to see if there's any signs that can be significant. There's butterflies here. I think black-eyed Susans. An owl. I think it's a barn owl. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah. There's other flowers, but I don't really know what they are. I'll show you. If you want to try and decipher the other flowers that exist here, you totally can. But with patience for their relationship with their family, their family might stress them out. Like, their family could be roiling, is the word that came to mind. Like, just a lot, you know? So I think that, and that could also be why they don't really talk about themselves a lot, because if everyone in their family is a lot, then, like, where's the space for them to be part of that, you know, without being very overwhelmed or talked over or, you know, whatever. So I think they have a lot of patience with their family. I heard patience is the name of the game, period. Really good listeners with their family, might not speak up a lot with their family. I think they have, maybe that was like past energy. I think now they have like a good relationship with them for the most part, for most of y'all. And because they've become more into who they are as a person, I think they're more okay than they were with taking up space, especially in the family setting. Family setting might be a place for them to like trial and error things that they're when they're like trying on new hats, so to speak, you know. Yeah, I think for the most part, they really, really like their family, adore their family, love them. There's just times where they have to like pinch their nose and be like, yeah, no, yeah, just give me a second. I just, give me a second, you know? You know? Yeah. There's not much else coming in about their family. I think overall their relationship is good. It's just, they can be a lot. Is there anything else? Bark, bark. Is there anything else? I don't think so. I think that's it. Actually, they remind me of spring, but we have this like gothic architecture in the anxiety card, so maybe they could be like a little goth, or they could be into architecture or like old churches. Old architecture, because old architecture is 9 times out of 10, in my opinion, prettier to look at than fucking brutalist architecture. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate it. Okay. So, now we get into the 10. So if that doesn't sound like someone you would want to be with, then I would check a different group. If that sounds hell of a lot like you, I would also check a different group for your soulmate, unless you want to stay in here by yourself. And if it kind of sounds like you, but kind of doesn't, as I've said before, you can stay if you want to. You get to use your own discernment to be like, yes, this is me, or no, it's just someone else, we're just seeing. So let's do one more. This deck does have multiple unique major arcana, so if I have to pull out the bookie book to be like, hey, what is that? You'll have to excuse me. So, Pile 5's soulmate. Who's Pile 5's soulmate when they're with Pile 5? What is Pile 5's soulmate like when they're with Pile 5? We have Judgment. What else? Can I get one more? Thank you. And the Knight of Wands. The Four of Cups. The first thing I heard with the Knight of Wands is like, oh, they get to take up space. They don't have to like play themselves down. They don't have to like minimize themselves. They don't have to do anything but like be who they are when they're with you. They get to be big. They get to be big. They get to take up space. They can be loud. They can be annoying. They can be funny. They can be your little court jester, because I think that makes them happy. They like to share big ideas with you. I think they like to share everything with you. I think they probably get very, very excited when they're with you because, yay, it's so nice to have someone who listens. And who, like, not only listens, but, like, interacts. It's you talk back to them, you share ideas with them. When they share big ideas with you, you get to play off of it and then build it up and help them think more, broader thinking, new ideas. With the Knight of Wands, I do think you are going to find them extremely attractive, and they are also going to be extremely attracted to you. So when they're with you, there could be a lot of like play flirting, and then it could lead to other things. Yeah, lots of very handsy. They could like physical touch could be, and words of affirmation could be a couple of their like most preferred love languages, I think. Very cuddly. I'm thinking, because there's a snake on the Knight of Wands, so I'm thinking how snakes, when people have pet snakes, they like to like burrow in hair, I think. Like they chill on the shoulder and then like get in the hair, because it's like comfortable or cozy or something. I don't know. I've not had a pet snake, nor do I want one. I could do one that's not scary, actually. Anyway, so I think this is someone who's gonna be very, very cuddly with you. You're gonna share personal space. And if that's not your thing, if you're like, actually, I don't want to be touching someone 24/7, you get to tell them that. You get to be like, hey, can I just have like a little bit of personal space? Can I just, please say it in the kindest, most they're very sensitive, like we said, very good at taking things personally, like we said, so, and it's not like you have to tiptoe around them, or it's not like walking on eggshells or anything, like they're gonna blow up if you say something wrong. It's more like, just be conscious with the words you pick, and perhaps let there be a lot of like reassurance that it literally has nothing to do with them, and just the fact that like maybe it's like overstimulating or something, and then I think they'll understand. Yeah, it's just if it doesn't genuinely have anything to do with them, I think it's important to reiterate that. Otherwise, it could hurt their feelings. Again, you're not walking on eggshells with this person. They're just like a little sensitive, and there's nothing wrong with that. They feel things very, very bigly, you know? Like they just feel their emotions like to the max, you know? Like they get really, really excited about things, and when they're down, they can get like really fucking bummed out about things, or like really curious to the point where it's hard to like let things go, really happy, really calm, you know? It's just they really, really feel all of their feelings. Is there anything else? They could share aspects, if they are a spiritual person, they could share aspects of their spirituality with you. I don't know if that's something that they necessarily share a ton with a lot of other people. It might not be. Pause. Water. Oh. But they'll share it with you because they feel really safe and cared for around you. I do think this person has golden retriever energy, they might not agree with that. To them, they might be like, no, like, I'm black cat for sure. And then you're like, do you want to go with me to pick up ice cream for the both of us? And they're gonna be like, yes. Oh my god, yay, car ride. Hoo, hoo, hoo. So they're just in denial. So what's their relationship gonna be like when they're together? Pile of 5 and their soulmate. We have the 9 of Cups. Shut up. Oh, there's turtles. There's turtles. 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 One more. Where's the Hanged Man? 6 of Wands. I'm not really paying attention to the bottom of the deck. I don't think it's important. 9 of Cups and the Hanged Man. Oh. Everything you wished for. It's gonna be really sweet. Really, like, imagine your ideal relationship. And then turn it up 10. And then that's gonna be your relationship with your soulmate, you know? With the Hanged Man here, it's gonna be really nice. This is someone you can relax around, someone you can just, like, hang out with. Get it? Because it's the Hanged Man. Someone you can, like mega chill with, someone who's very intriguing. I think a lot of the ideas they have might, intrigue you, you know? Be very interesting to you. You might not understand them all the time and be like, hey, so explain that to me. And then they do, and you're like, that's a really interesting perspective, and I hadn't thought about it like that before. And then they're gonna be like, well, what did you think? And then you'll tell them, and they'll be like, that's really cool. I hadn't thought about it like that before. Then now I will. And I'm gonna sit with this, and then I'm gonna come back to you. I think they have a lot of energy when they're around you. I think they have a lot of energy when they're around you, just because they're so, like, excited. Like a puppy, dude. And with the 9 of Cups here, it's just like, it's gonna be awesome, dude. Like, I don't, there's no other way to describe it other than it's gonna be exactly what you want. It's gonna be exactly what you need. Because there might be, like, some ideas of, like, this is what I think I want in a relationship, and then you get into this relationship and it's a little different than from what you thought you wanted, but it's exactly what you needed, and it's so much better, and it's perfect, and it's lovely. Yeah, I do think you're gonna challenge each other's ideas a little bit, and I think it's gonna be fun to do that, to, like poke at each other a little bit, but in a fun and playful way. Yeah. And I think this is a relationship that's going to stand the test of time and just constantly be evolving and constantly growing. Because we have a cocoon on this card. Also, I think those are maple leaves? Question mark? I don't know my leaf knowledge that well. Oh, Canada. I actually don't know if that's how that goes. I don't think I've ever heard that song. But Canada for real. With the Hanged Man here. And the chrysalis. I think this, yeah, it's like your relationship to the two of you will feel consistent when you're in the moment, and then as you look back and reflect, you're like, oh my god, we've changed so much as people, you know, like that's that's crazy. I never thought I would do XYZ with someone before, and now we're doing it all the time, you know? Yeah. I want to say to some degree, other people might not really understand your relationship. Because I'm hearing polar opposites, or like opposites attract. So for some people, it's going to be like, Path 5, like, why are you into them? Or like, this isn't someone I would have expected for you. And you're like, I don't care. Like, what did you expect from me? this is my soulmate, you know? Meanwhile, honestly, their family, you might be the exact person that their family expects them to end up with. That's kind of funny. Cause like you might be really good at like grounding them, like keeping them present in the moment, which could be why they're so excited around you all the time, because they're like actually present. They're like, yes, I'm in my body, not like in my little fantastical dream world, yes. And so their family might have like been like, yeah, like Pile 5 soulmate like really needs someone to ground them, really needs someone who's gonna like compliment them in Pile 5 soulmate needs someone who's not exactly like Pile 5. Otherwise I think that could be crazy, you know? Okay, so let's see how the two of you are gonna meet. Ah! You have the 8 of Cups. Ooh! It's a snake shedding its skin. More snake imagery. And the 6 of Cups. Aww. It's a baby deer, because it still has its white spots. And the Queen of Cups. I freaking love this deck, bro. It's just beautiful. And, like, it's stunning. With the 8 of Cups. And then the 6 of Cups. You could meet this person when you're at a place of having to, when you or them, or it could be both of you, are at a place where you are having to move on from something, having to let something go, shed something from your life that was kind of bogging you down, kind of like keeping you stuck in an energy that was just not productive, keeping you in a mindset that was hindering you, or maybe like making you feel small to some extent, making you feel confined or less than, or for example, if someone or like is telling you like if you want to apply for a new position or a job that's like huge, it would be huge for you, and then someone in your life is like, why would you even apply for that, like you're never gonna get it, it's just you're just wishing on a star. I don't know where that's coming through. You're just like why would you try that? Especially if this person is like a partner. And then you're like, you know what? What makes you say that? Why would you say that? Why can't I? You know, like why do I need to limit how far I can push myself? Why do I need to not allow myself to have something that's that freaking awesome, you know? And then you break up with them. And then you're like, you know what? Get out of my house. Get out of my house right now and never come back. Thank you. Lose my number. And then you could like, with the 6 of Cups, kind of decide to refamiliarize yourself with your younger self, and it feels like a lot of reminiscing and a lot of taking time to consider them and consider what they wanted for you, what they thought they were going to be doing at your age, whenever this is all happening. And then you're checking in with them, and then you're checking in with yourself, and you're like, am I where I thought I was going to be? Am I at a better place? Am I just in a different place? Like, how am I honoring my younger self? What am I doing to show that version of myself that I love and respected? And your younger self isn't always like you when you were 6. It's gonna be you when you were 16. You when you were, if you're, for example, if you're like 40 something, then you were like in your 20s, in your 30s, you know? your younger self isn't just you as a child. It's just you, but younger, you know? So taking time to consider all of yourselves, all of your past goals, and seeing if you have aligned with any of them, or again, if you're doing better or whatever. Because you're getting rid of something in your life that's been dragging you down, that's been like holding you back, like actively pulling you back, I think. And so you get to this point in your life where you start to reflect, because if things have been holding you back, then like, where could you have been if that hadn't been happening? And then what can you do now to get yourself to where you want to be? Period. Period. I think these are either dandelions or marigolds. I can't really tell. Could be both. Oh goodness. Oh great heavens. Okay, so let's see something that the two of you are going to learn together. So, what's something pile 5 and their soulmate are going to learn together in their relationship? We have Temperance and the Ace of Pentacles. When to act on things. 4 of Pentacles. Yep. When to act on things. If you have this, like, almost to the point where it's like impulse control, but not necessarily impulse. It's like, just knowing when to act, when it's time to do something, when it's time to start something, when it's time to make a move, you know? Yeah, like, I'm like knowing the like planting dates for, this is like a metaphor, but it's like you have to figure out the planting dates for your specific zone, for those specific things that you want to plant, in order for things to go the best way that they possibly can, you know? So I think it's figuring out for the both of you when, for example, like when would be the best time for you two to like start your life together, like get engaged or get married, or like plan your life out, you know? Yeah. Is there any other interpretation? Or even like when to bring something up with the other person, like, and I don't necessarily think it's a conversation of like, hey, we need to talk about something. It's more of like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this thing. What do you think? How do you think it would go? When would be the best time to do it? The most opportune time to do it? Are those peaches? I'm gonna say they're peaches. And raspberries. Raspberries and mushrooms. I'm a big peach girl. I like peaches. Okay. What's something that they're gonna love about... my god. What's something Pile 5 soulmate's gonna love about their connection with Pile 5? Pile 5 soulmate. Whoa! I knew it! I knew one of these freaking cards was gonna come out. Ancestor, number 23. I'll look it up. I mean, it's probably really straightforward, but still. Can I get one more? Strength. The Tower. Oh, dude, this is such a cool Tower card. Okay. Let me... And look at the book it comes with, bro. It's like... And the it's fancy. It's an expensive deck, but holy shit, it's worth it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay, 23. 23 by Miley Cyrus. Okay, history, directions, signs, restoration. Chill. I'll show you this. I don't know if you'll be able to like pause and read any of that if it's really small for you, but I just thought I'd show. Dude, I fucking love this book, bro. It's just, ugh. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay. Yeah, chill. Okay, cool. I think something that they're gonna love about your connection. Aww. One of the tarot readers I like to watch, Kino Tarot, she will describe the Strength card in soulmate readings as like your souls are best friends. And so that paired with the Ancestor card, I think something that they're gonna love about your relationship with them. I do think this is a spiritual person because they've just had a lot of like spiritual experiences. You know, like they've had things happen to them, experienced things where it's like, cool, there's other things happening. Like that's just a fact to them, you know. So I think for them, something they're gonna love about your relationship is the like serendipity of it and the way that once this falls into place for them, everything else makes sense. I like feel a slight urge to cry. I'm not gonna do it though because I don't like crying in front of people. I'm sorry. You're just someone who's very, very special and very, very important to them. You just matter to them a whole lot. I think you have since day one. And I don't think day one is day you meet each other. I think it's like since your souls were born kind of thing. They loved you before they knew you. They loved you when they realized it was you. They'll love you after and after and after. They love that you guys are just like you fit together like puzzle pieces. They feel like the two of you were made for one another. They love that they've received like so many signs and synchronicities from the divine, the great beyond, about you and about this connection. And I think that's just been a really cool experience for them, is to know like to some degree what you're like in the sense of how you make them feel, how your energy feels to them. Meeting you might have been really fucking weird for them, because I think you felt familiar since the day they met you, you know, in this life. And then I think as time went on and then they realized why your energy felt so familiar, it's because it's what they've had dreams about, what they've been feeling when they, you know, receive messages about their soulmate. They realize all of it like leads back to you, all of it connects to you. That you felt familiar because you're their soulmate. And so I think when they realized that, truthfully, they might have tried to like shake themselves out of it, because I don't think they wanted to put a definition of something to that degree on your relationship so soon, I want to say. I want to say because they might have done that in the past and then they were very wrong. And then that was very painful for them. So, and I personally believe people have multiple soulmates. Like your cat is your soulmate, your sister's your soulmate, your mother is, your best friend is. And I think you can have multiple romantic soulmates. Some that you're not supposed to stay with and you're just supposed to like teach each other, but you are like capital T, capital S, the soulmate, you know, for them. So I think that realizing that about you initially was like, oh fuck, oh shit, I don't want to get myself into like that kind of situation again. And so they kind of like put it off, you know, like kind of definitely put off telling you, like, because it's not, they don't want to be weird and be like, I think you're my soulmate, like 3 months into you dating. Even though they felt it, I think it like scared them a little bit. Yeah. A lot of messages about that one. Goodness. You just mean a lot to them. I think they like talking to you. They love talking about you. Love everything about you. I'm hearing everything about you from One Direction. Up All Night album. Yeah. There's also a woodpecker on the strength card. Woodpecker! I hardly know her. So I don't know if that's could be significant to you in some way, shape, or form. Yeah. Okay. They love you so much. Okay. This is so freaking cute. Okay. Okay. So, we're gonna do charms and astro dice now. So, what are some other fun stuff we can learn about Pile 5's soulmate? We have 6th house, Mars, and Libra, so they could have a Libra Mars in the 6th house. I do think, yeah, with Libra here, I do think they are a very, like, fair-minded individual. I do think they have the best intentions for everyone. I think at times it can lead them to forget to consider themselves. Definitely a lot when they were younger. I think that's something that they've worked on a ton in the last, like, 5-ish years, I want to say. And I specifically, this is a timeless reading, but for some reason I feel called to say, like, the 5-ish years since I've posted this reading, not necessarily 5-ish years since you're watching this, which is interesting. So since 2020, I guess. I mean, period. That makes kind of sense. A lot of things changed during 2020. With Mars, I mean, okay, so like the first one that came through, that one, they're energetic. 2, I do think they have a high Smex drive. Yeah, that's that. I don't think there's someone who's quick to anger in any way, shape, or form. They could be athletic. They could like being active, I'll say. Like they could enjoy working out, especially with the 6th house and Mars here. And Libra, like they could like working out because it makes them feel good about themselves, and because then they look extra good, or they feel more confident in themselves, you know? They could be somebody who really values routine, consistency. I would say consistency over routine. I think they like, because I think routine is like a word that they would growl at. Why is it coming through that way? Like, I don't know, man. But consistency, they like consistency. They hate routine. Don't tell them they're one and the same, because they need to have that mindset in order for things to work. Yeah. They can also really care about their figure. Good for them. But also, I was gonna say about like, their diet, the foods they eat. They want to ensure they're taking care of their body, eating healthy foods, having like well-balanced meals. Cool. Is there anything else with that? I don't think so. Charms. Okay, gonna close my eyes. What are the charms that I'm gonna have to actually find some synchronicities to Pile 5 soulmate? The Pile 5 to learn about their soulmate and their relationship with their soulmate. One more. I'm Oh my god, you're the only group that didn't get that little alien in the freaking spaceship. Thank God. I got tired of seeing his big head. Okay, cool. We have 3 fortune cookies here, so maybe they like Chinese. This is Pan Express. Pleasant news is on its way. Oh, good. So you can expect pleasant news soon. I don't know. It doesn't. I don't think it necessarily has to do anything with this relationship. It could, but just expect pleasant news in general. You know, and that could be like, we're getting Chinese food tonight. Damn, that sounds good. I think I'm gonna get Chinese. I have to write that down, otherwise I am going to forget. Where'd it go? Here it is. Here's my pen. Chinese food. Yum. Okay. Another fortune cookie we have is adventure awaits those who take the first step. You might be the one to approach this person. I don't necessarily think they'll be the one to approach you because they might be kind of shy around you, because I think initially they're gonna be like, oh my god, pile 5's so hot. Fuck. And then they freeze. They're worried that they'll act weird. So valid. Don't say anything mean about yourself in the comments, by the way. I'm calling you hot. Your soulmate thinks you're hot. If you're like, shut up. In the kindest way, stop it. Just because you don't think you're hot doesn't mean other people don't. Accept that about yourself. I challenge you. I challenge you to accept that about yourself. Okay, third fortune cookie. Very often you cannot help to think of somebody. I definitely think they think of you all of the time. All of the time. Punch bag and no punchbacks. Punch bag and no punchbacks. My friends do blue one, white one. It's punch bag and no punchbacks. They're wrong, sorry. I love this little guy. I love this little guy so much. It's a little emoji handing out a frog with hearts in its eyes. This is them to you. Do you want frog? Frog? And frogs to me represent healing, so I think this is them offering their like healed self to you. Healed. The version of themselves that is the most healed that they have been so far to you. I gotta make sure I clarify, you know. They could also just hand you random shit all of the time. They'd be like, hey, I was walking on the side of the road and I found this and it reminded me of you, and it's fully like it's just a stick. It's just a big stick. Dog. They're a dog. We do have a black cat, that's funny, on some books. So like, they're in denial about the dog. They're in denial about it. About their puppy energy. No, I'm a black cat. In the sense that you're so mystical? Sure. In the sense that you're... the way you act around your soulmate? No. They could like to read, though. They could be a big reader. They could also like the color purple. Oh, we have R.I.P. This makes me think of the death card, which makes me think of Scorpio, so they could be a Scorpio. I'm also hearing the song R.I.P. to My Youth by The Neighborhood. They could also enjoy the horror genre, perhaps, or like horror books specifically. 2 pandas in a bamboo circle, and they're in love. 2 pandas in love in a bamboo circle. Your love could grow like bamboo, just fucking exponentially. And then you're also just 2 pandas who love each other. Simple as that. I don't know what pandas symbolize. I have a computer in front of me. I have a computer in front. Panda symbolism, spiritual. Luck and peace. Oh god, that's so nice. It teaches you the importance of patience and having a positive attitude. That's literally them. Spirit animal that brings both gentleness and power, bro. That's literally them. They're a freaking panda. Is there a song called Panda? There is. Maybe that's important to you. I don't know. I don't freaking know, man. What else? What are you? A little stabby ghost. A little stabby ghost. I think you guys are gonna be like kind of mischievous with each other. You could play like tiny like random pranks on each other. Like they would move your toothbrush or like hide it from you or just put it in a place that's like silly as like a prank or something. I don't know. They can just be like silly and like mischievous with you. We also have this like goddess, I suppose, icon with a pentacle and then a bunch of moon phases. The mother goddess, whatever you want to call it, triple goddess, whatever. Yeah, I think this is someone who's like really in tune with the moon. Probably really in tune with like, you know what, I'm gonna say, well, I think they want to be in tune with their feminine energy. I think they're more in tune with like perhaps masculine right now, just with the space that they're in. I think they have like ideals of like, it'd be cool if I could sit in my feminine energy, but I have shit that I have to fucking do. To oversimplify all of that. Yeah. We also have the letter A. A really cool name. I don't know. We also have yes. Oh. So if you have like a question about your soulmate, the answer is yes. That's extremely vague. But the main thing I got with this one is in Fantasy High from Dimension 20, the cleric of the group eventually like leaves their one god, the corn god, because like they suck or whatever, and then is like questioning their religion and then comes up with their own god, and it's just block letters yes exclamation point. So I think Fantasy High could be significant. Dungeons and Dragons could be significant. Dimension 20 could be significant. Allie Beardsley, because that's the person who plays the character. They are really fucking funny, by the way. So maybe your partner's really funny too. Actually, I think we know they are. I think they're funny, but in a way that to you is just really silly. It's just really silly and it might not make sense to you. You're like, how is that a joke? Or like, how did you get from here to here as humor? To you, I think it's gonna be funny because they're laughing, and I think you're just gonna like fall in love with their laugh, and when they start giggling and smiling, it's gonna be contagious. Yeah, you might have like slightly different senses of humor, but you're still gonna laugh at what the other person laughs about. So, yes. We also have a magic wand. A magic wand. The magic wand. Which makes me think of Sailor Moon. I don't know if this is a Sailor Moon thing. I don't know. I do think this is like a magical person, and I kind of think they can make the impossible happen just through sheer will, and because the universe does favor them, because they do a lot to help other people, and they're just a sweet, kind individual who means nobody harm ever unless someone fucks up, in which they're like, universe, deal with this guy. And then the universe dies. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. We also have Santa here with a I'm gonna make an inappropriate joke. Prepare yourself. Santa's here with his sack. So Christmas could be significant. Gift giving could be significant. Dirty jokes could be significant. What else do we have? Oh, we have this little ghost with a guitar and a witch hat. Didn't we say they also could like kind of commune with spirits, right? That could be that. Maybe they've like encountered some naughty ones that are kind of scary, But also some like really sweet ones who are full of joy and love, you know, and are chill to hang out with. What are you? Oh, we have an owl. Yeah, owls could be significant because I also mentioned owl earlier with one of the cards. The Oracle card. Okay. But he's in like a little hat and scarf. Which looks like fall, you know? So the season of fall could also be significant. This is called an octopus. Fun fact, if you didn't know, this is what we here like to call an octopus. So, ooh, this person may have dealt with people who kind of had like manipulative energy, or were just manipulative period before, and so I think they're very like hyper aware of what that looks like and what it feels like. Yeah. Oh, maybe they're scared of the ocean too, because this is a scary looking octopus. Maybe they just don't fuck with the ocean. Maybe they're like, the idea of the ocean's really cool. The energy of the ocean's awesome. The things in the ocean and the fact that it goes really deep and the pressure can kill you, like that, terrifying. And they're right. I agree. Okay. Let's give us some advice for you! So, what advice do we have for pile 5 in regards to their journey with their soulmate? Sorry, I saw the South Node, and I got South Node for pile 4 on the dice, and so I was like, did I read that right? I did. Oh, I did. South Node is a U, North Node could look like an N. Oh, that's a great way to remember, Beth. You're so smart. Thank you. Okay. So, can I get 3 cards? Sorry. For pile 5 while they're on their journey to their soulmate. What advice do we have for pile 5? While they're on their journey to their cool soulmate. It's time to release negativity. Full Moon and Scorpio. Yeah, that's that 8 of Cups we were talking about. If there's stuff that you've been considering like, maybe I should move on from this situation. Maybe I should let this go. Maybe this is something that's run its course. The answer is you're correct. The answer is you are right. And it's time to take that snip, you know? Is it big and scary? Maybe. Is it gonna be worth it? Okay. What else? Just gonna get 2 more. Okay. I also have more Scorpio energy too. Period. Oh, Strength is Leo, Temperance is Sagittarius, Hanged Man is Pisces, Judgment is Pluto, which is Scorpio. What are you? Okay. I think that's it. Yeah. What else? Can I get 2 more? Whoa, thank you. A personal issue reaches resolution. Sick. I think that's the same thing. And then we have conclusions are within reach. So maybe you're close to meeting this person. Maybe you already met this person and you're like, I'm just gonna choose for confirmation. And then on the bottom of the deck, your hard work is paying off. New Moon and Capricorn. Sick. I think that's probably in regards to like job stuff. We finished, guys. I get to upload this on Valentine's Day. Okay. That was my goal. And I met it. So, that's all I have for you. Thanks so much for joining me, for you reading. I really, really appreciate it. I had so much fun. I freaking, oh, fuck. Chinese food. I just saw my note. I already forgot. This person's energy is awesome and I really dig it. I really like them. And they're really gonna like you. They already love you. So, yeah, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoy this reading. If you enjoy how I read, liking is super, super helpful because algorithm things that are beyond me, I don't really understand them, but it helps. So if you want to help me with this being, I don't know how to finish that sentence. If you want to like the video, you totally can. You totally can, and that'd be awesome. And I'll send you a energetic smooch if you do. If you don't want it, then I won't. You can also follow me on other social media at Bone Tarot on TikTok and Instagram. Hey, what else? Oh, you can book a personal reading with me down below as well if you are vibing with it, if you want to. You can also check out my tarot deck. I made my own tarot deck. It's called the Bone Tarot. It's really cute. It's really cool. There's the 9 of Swords, 9 of Wands, 5 of Wands. Yeah, it's cute. It's fun. It's cool. I love it because I made it. That's my baby. If you want to support my child, you totally can. That will also be linked down below. My website is thebonedead.com, so if you want to check out readings, I have stickers too. I have prints from my deck in my deck. Then you totally can. So cool. And I should be getting, because I mentioned my Oracle deck, and so if you're interested in that too, it should be finished printing at the end of February, so I'd like to get it in March. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, so if you want to like stay tuned for that, you can check my website for when it's available for purchase, because I'll set up pre-orders when it ships. So that's all I have for you. Cool. Thank you so much for joining me for your reading, so that I can read for you and read this lovely, lovely energy. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, or night whenever you're watching, and happy Valentine's Day. Bye.